Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. The adults are in the room. Hide your fantasy players because, again, we keep it real, and it is like no other here on Saturday morning. Good morning to everyone. Oh, and hide your kitties and hide your children. We are prowling the digital airwaves. Good morning to everyone. It is the Extravaganza on Saturday morning here on the NDB Media Network. I'm Scorekeeper. Good morning, Big Dog. How are you doing this morning?
Is he alive?
I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
I'm poking fun at him. He knows why.
He's being an ass.
It's
He's
it's in tribute to one of his most dearest friends.
unfortunately, I tend to have breakfast with him on Fridays. Didn't have it on this past Friday, but someone by the name of Solomon Walters, amongst others. He wasn't the only one, but yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you
How's it
feeling, young
going?
man?
I'm doing just fine. You're not doing too well.
No, I have some cold, cough, infection, don't know what. So yeah, I'm already exhausted, tired, but I'm here. I'm alive and I'm present. And speaking of being present, how is the lily of the field herself, Liz, the queen of cow country?
I'm doing fine.
Oh,
I'm doing fine.
Oh,
Sounds like I'm doing a lot better than you.
well, I don't know what that
oh.
means, but all I can tell you is, Liz, just stick around for a while. The intros get better and better and better. It's just the way it is. But folks, we're just going to get to it. We have a lot of stuff going on. Don't forget, check out ndbmedia.net. And we do have, thank you, Michael Day. We have another guest this Wednesday. Liz, do you know who it is? No.
For Wednesday, for Michael?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is
That's a,
at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. No, yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time.
it'll be Frank Garcia's.
From The Voice, season 25. Michael's
Yes.
striking
25, correct.
ability to, and I say this loosely, score guests continues, and the evidence is there. And way to go, Michael. We have other guests scheduled. We've kind of put them off to the side for a while, only because of scheduling conflicts, but it's absolutely amazing. I thank Michael again for the incredible work that he's been able to do. But check it out. You see the
Michael has the
links.
golden touch when it comes to that.
I wouldn't know, but thanks for sharing, Lily. I'm glad that he has a golden touch. I
Can he get Megan or Scarlett?
Well, knowing the people he's been in contact with, he will probably get in contact with them so they can say, ha! We've actually had significant people, not their agents, actually tell us, no, thank you. I mean, it comes from their emails. I mean, folks, as I said when I was on Blog Talk Radio, and yes, Bam, you can still go to hell, you dumb bastard. Sorry, that's some NDB media history. Folks, I still have all their phone numbers. It's crazy because they would call into the program and sometimes we would call them, sometimes they call us. I mean, damn, the phone numbers that we have, the emails that we have. Yeah, yeah. And the reason why I mentioned Bam is he is a former host, former individual, and he was going into a certain field. And the little dumb bastard actually demanded I give him all the contact info of all of our guests. Like, are you out of your mind? He's like, you will give them to me.
Hell
Get
no.
the hell out of here, you piece of. So, knowing the way he was, he would have ruined us. Yeah.
You
Well,
should have
anyway,
called him a. You should have called him a piece of orange chicken.
but that is a wonderful character in the NDB Media Network. Bam can just go to hell, and you know what? He can go to hell. So anyway, yeah, educate. I remember the time that he said, "Well, I'm the educated one, and I earn 3 times what you do, so blow me." I remember that. I mean, he had the nerve to tell me that. Well, I'm the educated one. Yeah, what has it got you? You got fired from your university job. You got fired from your other teaching job. Hey, whatever. Yeah, I'm really bringing out some beans right now, folks. I guess I'm not feeling well. I love it when the intelligentsia they have nothing left when they tell you, well, I'm the educated one. So, yeah, I guess I'm very ornery this morning. Folks, sorry. It is 50 degrees out here in hell, and it's going to get to a high of 64, overnight low of 47. It did sprinkle last night twice, which was interesting. I thought it was a bird that was just mad at me, but in reality, it was no more than that. But and we're going to have rain in the area. It's a little bunch of birds this time around 7:30 a.m. here in the local area. So
You didn't have rain yesterday with thunder and lightning?
no, we saw it from a
Oh,
distance.
it was pouring over here around it probably started about 5:30 in the afternoon and continuously rained till about maybe 10 o'clock.
I got that after effect. The periphery stuff. How the water just
Uh,
comes down and bounces and comes back up. That's what we got. I was actually not too far from you, big dog, around 11 o'clock last night. So I was out and about, you know, trying to do something in my life, meaning I was driving alone. Come on, Liz. Come on.
I'm not saying a
no.
word. I'm
You're
not saying a
laughing.
word.
I am hyper. Folks, I'm using up all my energy right now. I apologize. I really do not feel well, but it is what it is. We are expecting, like I said, just a few sprinkles this morning, but we'll see what happens. The
Oh,
humidity is. Go ahead.
first I'll put that back on. I didn't realize I was still blocked up.
Aisha says, "Morning to all in the studio. Seems you have an angry alien in the driving seat." I don't know what the hell that means. I do not know what the hell that means. But good morning, Tanya. Come
Morning,
on,
Tanya.
Aisha. Come on. Come on, Aisha. Get in. Tanya, come on. Join us. Thank you for being here so early. Humidity is 76%. Pressure is 30.0 inches and rising. Talking about the pressure, weather related. Visibility is 10 miles. Wind is heading to the west with a little slightly northerly slant of 2 miles per hour. Dew point is at 43 degrees. UV index is 0 of 11. And we are in the first quarter of the moon phase. Sunrise is in about 49 minutes at 6:59 a.m. And it is going to be a beautiful sunset at 7 p.m. Thank you for all those that forced us forward. How was your first week of moving ahead, big dog? Getting
Didn't
tired
affect
of
me at
all
all.
these time shifts? I'm sorry.
No. Well, I'm tired of having to reset my microwave every 6 months and my car. But other than that, it doesn't affect me.
Hey, cow person, does it screw with your
It,
cows because you go out there and feed them at different times now? Or do you always rise by the moon with the roosters cuckling in the morning? Actually, no, chickens cuckle, right?
I
Roosters
normally
crow.
rise when my fangs start to
I'm sorry.
protrude.
I'm sorry. What was that? When
I'm
your
nor-
thing
I
starts to
said
protrude?
when my fangs start to protrude,
She
and
normally she
stuff
normally
like
ri-
that.
she normally wakes up when the cock rises.
Well, that too.
Well, God bless America. Aisha, I'm not feeling too bright today. Unlike you, I ain't manning up.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to thank our token Brit for that line. And I'm glad. Everyone else, folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. A lot of stuff going on in the world. And I got to tell you, a quick look in the calendar. For those of you that know and don't know, March Madness is basically happening. I believe we have the first round. Actually, March Madness begins on the 17th, but the first round is going to be on the 21st. Second round is on the 23rd, and the March Madness Sweet 16 will be 28th to the 29th. The Elite Eight, 30 to 31, and Matt Alvarez will be celebrating. I think he'll be 18. I don't know. I haven't checked his ID because I'm a little worried about that, but he'll be having his birthday soon. On April 6th to the 7th, we have the Final Four, which will be in Phoenix. and it's really really exciting. We have a lot of stuff going on.
So it's
Formula,
so it's so it's no longer just March Madness.
it's bleeding into April, big dog. What's going on in the world?
Money talks.
And BS walks to Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, well, you know, uh, dream is there. So yeah, I guess that's true.
Major League Baseball opening day is on the 28th, and I'm unfortunately very saddened because it looks like I unfortunately will have a very early morning procedure that day. I don't know how well it's going to go. As you know, they've been messing with me. I had a procedure on the 28th, and now I'm going to have the actual shot on the March 28th. At this point, I'm like, just hurry up. Please hurry up and get it done. I'm hoping for some sort of relief, and well, we'll see what happens. But this is the first one of three over the next 9 months. Oh, for the love of God! So I don't know. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Thank you, Tanya. You want to come play this early in the morning? Why not? Come on. She has a question on Marcus Stroman, one of the Yankee free agent signings, one of the only Yankee free agent signings. So, um, yeah, opening day is the 28th. We'll see what happens. Um, again, folks, there's an incredible amount of chat on the blogosphere. And before we get to the big story that Big Dog would like to get to, just once again a comment
What
in the
story?
world of the adult, whatever you want to talk about. I don't really give a
No,
rat's ass.
I no. What I wanted to say was a dirty joke, but Tanya's coming, so I will be respectful. So I don't have any.
I don't know what that means. She listens to this program. You know it.
Yeah, but I know that she's here. Usually, I don't know she's here.
All right. Well, once again, to the blogosphere, folks, in the real world of the adults, unlike you who live in mama's basement, and the only thing you notice is which light is going where, and then you forget about it a few seconds later.
Morning, gig.
All I want to say is, guys, what is happening in Major League Baseball with the free agency situation, to say that Scott Boras has done his agents wrong, you morons haven't been watching, even you haven't been watching. Now I'm speaking like them. You haven't been watching what's been going on. It happened the year before, and it happened the year before that, and the year before that. Mr. Boras knows, and he's quite good at scoring money for his clients. There is a risk. It is what it is. And most of the time, his clients score a great deal of money. So you say that there are issues with baseball because these free agents are unsigned. What is going to happen? It's been going on for years now. Get out of mama's basement, get some sunlight, and see what else. I don't know. I don't know what I did. I can't say. So based on the fact that we just lost 6 viewers, the mama's basement crowd just left us because hey, it is what it is. So I don't care anymore. I don't feel well. I'm mad. I'm angry. Lily,
What, my dear? I
how
can
many
tell
cows?
you're,
How many cows did you play with this morning? That's all I want to know.
oh, probably 4 or 5, but I do have a knock knock joke for you regarding that.
Oh, go for it.
All right.
I
Knock
may not
knock.
make it. Hold
Who's
on.
there? Who's there?
Okay, Big Dog's getting it.
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow who?
Moo. Interrupting cat. Moo. The cow interrupted.
I know, that's why I chuckled.
Okay.
I don't feel well. Sorry, it's not you. It's me. It is definitely me.
No, it was a bad joke, but it was one I heard a long
No
time ago, and
one
I thought it
said it was a
fit
bad
for
joke.
that part.
I didn't
Oh,
react.
it was a bad joke. I'll say it. If you won't say it, I
It was a
will.
bad joke. It was a bad joke, but it fit with what we were discussing.
But don't feel bad. Don't both feel bad, Liz, because whether he was sick or not, he still wouldn't have gotten it.
Okay.
You seen butterflies or what?
And moving right along.
And we are
Am I
moving
seeing
right along.
butterfly?
No, Roger, he's kind of looking around like he's in a daze.
Oh
I
wow.
don't think he feels good.
I'm always in a daze. That's the best I can tell you. Taking a quick
Dazed
look
and confused.
in the that's giving me way too much credit. Ladies and gentlemen, back in 1876, Nellie Saunders and Rose Harlan fight the first female boxing match in New York. Back in
Wow.
1955, NHL President Clarence Campbell suspends Montreal Canadiens Maurice Rocket Richard for the remainder of the season after he viciously attacked an opponent. Riots ensued in Montreal. I just want to know if they had their hockey sticks when they were writing. But again, I don't know. And it's hockey, so we'll have to ask Coffee for that. In 1983, the smallest crowd ever registered at 1,814 attended the NBA Cavaliers versus the New York Jets or Nets at the Cleveland Coliseum. It was the smallest crowd at the Cleveland Coliseum. Keep that in mind before
What
you
year?
all get that stick stuck up your asses.
What year?
1983.
83. That's when they wear the cadavers. Yeah, I remember.
Also in 1985, for those of you that remember it, a former two-time Cy Young Award winner Danny McClain is convicted of embezzlement and drug trafficking. He was sentenced to 25 years, but the conviction was later reversed. And finally, in 19 oh, I have two of them. In 1991, world's ladies figure skating champ in Munich was won by Christy Yamaguchi, and in 1994, American figure skater Tanya Harding pleads guilty to felony attack on former Olympic teammate Nancy Kerrigan. Big
Man,
dog,
that was
did they
30
ever
years.
skate after
That
that?
was that was 30 years ago.
Well, that's when she
Holy
pled
crap!
guilty, big dog.
I know, but still, damn, I didn't know. I didn't realize how that it's been that long.
Yeah.
Um, Tanya, I don't think. I mean, probably skated here and there, but as far as like competitive skating, Nancy might have skated again in one or two competitions, but nothing major. Good morning, Ice Queen. Ice Disney Queen.
Good morning.
You sound how I feel. What's the matter?
I'm so. It's been a rough week.
She
Mm,
sounds
There is
tired.
a
She needs
horrible,
rest.
horrible week, and
I'm
I'm so
sorry.
tired,
wow.
like beyond tired. And I had to get up early today because I got to pick up my parents at the airport, and I hate my life.
Oh, where are they coming from?
Which airport?
JFK from Florida.
Oh, I like your jacket.
Oh, thank y'all. Thank y'all.
And ladies and gentlemen, forgive me for interrupting, but we want to bring in of course, the effervescent Howard Stern. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Almighty of the NDB Media. Oh, wait, we have the Howard
Howard
Stern
Stern fit.
of NDB Media. Really?
I'm the only one besides Big Dog that says what's on our
I beg
mind.
your pardon.
Excuse me?
We don't worry about ties to major movie studios or networks.
Yeah,
We
okay,
just
Almighty.
go
Thank
with
you very
it.
much. But let me tell you something. We've lost a lot of guests because they watch the program and they don't want to deal with us. So I'm glad that you
Wow.
speak your mind. Carry on.
Well, I'm
Score
sorry that we have lost guests, but
scorekeeper, of course, will always go down in history for his Jar Jar Binks faux pas and have his interview not redacted but taken back.
Actually, let me clarify that. Of tickets to go see the movie on the red carpet. I was going to the premiere, and it didn't happen
Roger,
after what?
how dare you?
What?
You go for Star Wars
You didn't
premiere?
hear this in 2009?
Oh
I had
no,
hinted
it's
about it. I had talked about it on air, and then all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, damn,
yeah.
damn."
Yeah.
So I guess the quick version is he was speaking about the fact that J.J. Abrams was doing it and didn't like the idea, so he called him Jar Jar Abrams. And when
Which I would have preferred.
Abrams's people found out that NDB Media and Roger Noriega were one and the same, they revoked Roger's pass.
Good job, Roger.
Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. And the thing was, folks, what happened on air was someone came on and said, "Oh, the genius of Jar Jar." I mean, oh damn, there I go. You see, I'm J.J. Abrams. That was easy. I say it then, I say it now. The man is marvelous when it comes to creating
J.J.
concepts.
Abrams. Can I say
Yeah.
what I want to say about Abrams?
Oh, by all means,
He's an
please.
ass who doesn't know what and he should stay away from Star Wars and Star Trek.
Wow. Thank you, Ice Queen.
I concur with that statement.
As do I.
Folks,
I'm serious. He screwed up Star Wars. Freaking Rey. And then you make her a Skywalker?
True story.
I have a whole... I can go on forever about that.
That would make a nice T-shirt, Ice Queen.
No one is stopping you.
Abrams an ass, and just leave it at that, and see how many you sell.
Abrams and Boris, they must be related.
Oh,
But-
that's funny. Oh, that was really good. Marcus Stroman, you have a question, young lady?
Well, I have several questions. First of all, I'm not the
I'm
only
sorry.
one having a bad week. Apparently, the Yankees are also.
And it hasn't even started the season.
And the Mets fan in her is enjoying it so much.
I don't know.
Well, here's my thing. Marcus Stroman is a whiny little brat. Okay, so good luck with that this season. But also, you have the privilege of being the opening day starter, and you want to bitch and complain because they asked you to be one, and you tell them, nope, your team needs you. Bitch, suck it up and be the damn opening day starter. And then you got Garrett Cole.
Who's whining?
Garrett.
I'm sorry, Ice Queen. Who's Ice Queen? Who's whining? Ice Princess or Queen or whatever you want to be? Who's whining?
Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, that's like I missed. Yeah, you did say that. So he doesn't want to be the starter.
He doesn't want to be the opening day starter. He I am on a routine. I am the opening day starter at Yankee Stadium. Your team doesn't have an opening day starter for the season, unless they finally decided. But as of last I checked, they didn't have one, which I think was Thursday.
All right.
And that was only because I was in the newsroom. If I'm not in the newsroom, I don't give a flip. But dear Garrett Cole, did they figure out what's wrong with his elbow?
No, but he's going to be in a roughly 8 to 12 week rehabilitation. Now, as I haven't read lately, but they are being very mum. Oh my God, very mum. Get the arrow out, because I have to find a loophole out of that one. But the reality is that they're not showing the details on the MRI. Look, there it is. There is the loophole. You are the man. You are the man, Almighty. That's when Almighty and I are on the same page. It irritates us when people use the word loophole and they really don't. They just, again, they hear the little boys in Mama's basement trying to come up with an excuse, and they use the word loophole as an excuse when they don't
That's
even
where
understand.
loopholes been in use before there were people in their basement. So
Yeah, see, and this is the problem with today's people. That I'm just just say it like it is, and that's it.
but you know.
Oh my God, Tanya, yes.
Yeah, that is one of the two things that we agree on there, Rob. If you agree on a few other things too, but we can get on the same page with the Arrow. So we are the Arrow brothers.
Back to Mr. Stroman. This is why I couldn't. If I was a manager, head coach, whatever, I wouldn't coddle. The problem is they coddle these kids. Oh, I don't want to be the I don't care what I'm paying you. Whatever they're paying him, $20 million a year, you're going to scrub toilets if I want you to. I'm the boss, not you. I don't care what you say. oh, I'm going to ruin your routine by one effing day. Deal with it.
And he's going to pitch what, 4 innings?
Yeah, if that.
You're basically playing relief opening day starter.
Yeah, you're right there, Ice Princess. I mean, he's not going to go a full game. I mean, anyway.
But this is why
usually you're supposed to feel honored, aren't you? Supposed to feel honored about
that?
Yeah,
exactly.
Opening day starter. I mean,
and he's like, I'm not going to ruin my routine because they want me to be the opening day starter. No.
Yeah, well, you know how many pitchers back in the day would start back-to-back days because of injuries and shit. So, I mean, I don't want to hear about it.
This another reason why I wouldn't last as a manager. So he would say that, you know, oh, I'm not going to ruin my routine. Are you going to be the open day starter? No, $1,000 fine. Come back tomorrow. Are you going to be the open day starter? No, another $1,000 fine. And I'll just keep going. We'll just keep racking it up.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're going to start anyways.
Yeah, you're going to start.
Anyway. You know, folks, not too long ago, managers did not ask players if they wanted to play or not. It was just very simple. It's just
the other way around.
Moments. And folks, he was told on the 14th. Opening day is the 28th. That's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's really disappointing. But this is what baseball has become. This is not just one team, one manager. This is Major League Baseball. You ask players if they want to do something. I missed when that happened. I really did. And
here's a good one for you, Raj. What would Tommy Lasorda have told this numbnut had he said no?
I would love to add Bobby Valentine. I would love to add Howard. Yeah. Howard Johnson. The Yankee manager when the Yankees were winning it all in the 90s and 2000s. I forget the gentleman's name who was head of baseball operations.
What would Billy Martin have told him?
What would have Steinbrenner have said if he were alive?
He would already be on another team.
He would be Mr. March. Right, Tanya? He would be the new Mr. March. Oh, man, that was messed up when he called Dave Winfield Mr. May. I mean, it sucked because Dave Winfield actually did do very well for the Yankees over the years. But Steinbrenner would have suspended him flat out. Billy Martin would have thrown popcorn at him, gotten into a fist fight, but Billy Martin probably would have been in his 90s. Mr. Stroman, to his credit, would have just done this.
No, Billy Martin would have bit him on the leg. It wouldn't have mattered when he tried to push him away.
Okay, that's
they should what they should do is tell him the story of Red Auerbach. When he'd have his players sitting on the bench, and he'd go walking by each one of them. And as you know, or maybe you don't know, he was famous for smoking his cigars. He would flick the ashes on the players, and if you got burnt, you didn't play that day because you weren't fast enough. Try that with Stroman.
Listen, I mean Nestor Cortez, he's going to be the opening day starter in Houston, I think it is. I think that's where they're doing the opening day. But this is the problem, and I'm sorry, Yankee fans, you are going to have a problem with Marcus Stroman. So he's going to be a media circus. So glad he's your problem, not ours anymore.
Gee, Tanya, why are you speaking as if you have experience with Marcus Stroman? Would you please enlighten us? That wasn't an attack, woman.
That look says it all.
Marcus Stroman was with the Mets. That's the only reason. That's all.
Was.
That's what I meant. That was a segue for you to come in.
He was with the Mets, and while with the Mets, he's the type of person that if you attack him, he comes back at you, this, that, and the other thing. He can't take it. If somebody insults him or what have you, he can't take it. Like, he has to come back and be like, how dare you? And
so he's the Kevin Durant of baseball?
Some of the comments were uncalled for and they were racist.
Oh, okay.
And by all means,
Okay.
He had reason. However, if somebody said that he was off his game and what have you, he had a problem with that. Sorry for somebody calling you out because you suck. However, you're playing in New York. What the mother did you expect? This is New York. Everybody speaks their mind. You got a problem with it? Honey, go to Kansas City.
Tanya, I say this in the friendliest of ways. I love you.
I mean, it's New York. What are you
I know.
expecting? We don't coddle you.
You have to have
we're paying for tickets. We are expecting you to perform. Just like a wife expects her husband to perform.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Little TMI there.
Why?
No.
That wasn't. That's understood.
It's exactly. If you go to a movie, you go to a Star Trek movie, you see that crap movie, Beyond or Final Frontier. Movies were crap. You know how much freaking movie tickets are? And you're gonna be okay. Yeah, let him make another one.
When you said Final Frontier, did you see him sink into his chair? He was so deflated.
Bro, Final Frontier is one of the worst Star Trek movies of all time.
But I deflate only because Tanya is an aficionado. There's no doubt. She will go to the mat on Star Trek and Star Wars. So for her to give an opinion, it's, doesn't matter whether I like it or not. I will listen to her because she is critical on it. Just like Almighty. I listen to Almighty. I don't agree with him all the time, but he takes the time and he has a well thought out argument. If I didn't think anything of Almighty, he wouldn't be on this program. The same thing with Tanya. Same thing with, what's your name? Oh, Queen of Calcun. Yeah, that one over there too. As well as Big Dog. Folks, the reality is if you're not on this program, you don't have the wherewithal to be on the program to play with adults.
But Roger, as a Yankees fan, how does this whole thing make you feel? Like, seriously.
I will tell you that thank God I'm a bit distracted right now. But beyond that, it is disappointing, Tanya. I've been railing and railing on this for the longest time. This isn't the first time we've had this conversation, but due to the fact that I just don't feel well, I can't show you how I really feel. But Big Dog and I have made it our careers to rail on this. It's disappointing, as I mentioned. When did the players become the leaders of this circus? Yeah. And it's really sad now. And when I was fortunate to play in high school, I never got in on opening day in high school, and I was varsity baseball. I did get in when I played semi-pro after high school. And it was a thrill when we all ran up to see the lineup card. And I was in 3 opening day games. No, actually 2 out of the 3 years that I played. And we were all kidding amongst ourselves. Like, hey, first game of the season, today's opening day. I mean, it was a thrill even for us to see our name on that scorecard. I mean, we would tell our manager, why aren't we in? Why aren't we playing? This whole thing with Stroman, it's just, why? Tanya, I can't get angry anymore. Sure. Big Dog said it earlier. I mean, other managers would have, excuse me, you're paid to perform.
Well, but I mean, and then, I don't know. And it's going to be like this all season long.
Well, the thing is this player is getting paid $12 million a year. And his total number says he's won game above 500 at 77 and 76. I'm sorry, I just Googled this guy. So if you have that kind of a record, you should be really, really honored to be picked to pitch opening day if you're only one game above 500 career-wise. Exactly.
He is a back end of the rotation pitcher. Your ass just got asked to be opening day. And you have the cojones to say no? I'll stick your ass in the bullpen. How about that? You could be the the longman reliever. Cabrón.
Yeah, what about AAA?
Yeah, AAA sounds good too.
Let's go with AAA on that one.
And he can't even make it through a full season without being injured.
Whoa. We're not talking about me. We're talking about Stroman, right?
Well,
Sorry.
you are a Yankee fan, so.
Oh.
Yeah, I have to agree with Ice Princess all the way on this, and Roger, because this is ridiculous. You know, you're not the prince. Whatever, you can't be the prince or princess because
Princess
you can
is
be
right.
you can be the princess, but you don't have the stats or the anything to back up denying this crap. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't know his record until I Googled it, but when you get asked with that kind of numbers, you should be honored and be on the ground kissing the mound.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And
Look,
so it's unfortunate, Roger, that this kind of pitcher has a big head and can get in the way of Yankee baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not a big Yankee fan, but still, players when they're asked to pitch should pitch.
Yeah, dear players, you do not dictate. You do not create the lineup card. That is not your role. Your role is to get on the mound and play and pitch, bitch.
You're a poet and didn't know it.
How do you follow that? Seriously, I've told my co-host there's times that a person makes an argument and it's just like, dude, there's nothing to add. There's absolutely nothing to add to
There
that.
really isn't. But that would make another good mug, Tanya. You need to pitch, bitch. So I mean, that's another.
Actually, there's a T-shirt. Oh my God, there it is. You need to pitch.
And send it to Stroman, care of Yankees, and then
or actually, BS, Almighty, care of NDB Media.
Yeah, that's true.
And you'll never be able to step foot in Yankee Stadium again, Roger.
Yeah, well, it'd be a first either way, but yeah.
At least yeah.
Actually, would be even better if she said she puts that saying on there with the silhouette of a baseball player, but very lightly hinted pinstripes.
But it would have to be a tiny. It would have to be a tiny picture.
Very good. Yes, it would have to be. Yes. Look, the whole idea with Marcus Stroman, when the guy is healthy, he's actually a serviceable pitcher, they would say. The guy will pitch 5-6 innings. In today's world, that's what serviceable is. And when he's healthy, he can be effective. But he doesn't play full seasons. And look, it is what it is. And he would be earning 20 million, 25 million. Look, the pay is commensurate. So it is,
Whatever happened to the days when the Yankees actually went after players and paid players that actually brought quality?
Steinbrenner is dead.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Yeah, I cried when George Steinbrenner died.
I cheered.
Folks, NDB Media has done specials for certain individuals that died. And the day that George Steinbrenner died, I was live talking about the history of George Steinbrenner. Another time that we also went live was when Irving Kershner passed away. We did it on that day, and we talked about him, his career, and what he did for The Empire Strikes Back, his creativity, and we were very selective. But going back to George Steinbrenner, I feared for the Yankees moving forward, and I've been right ever since. It's just a shame that
because his sons don't know what the hell they're doing.
His sons are money men.
Like, why is Cashman still there? Everybody wants to blame the manager. Have you thought about blaming the general manager? It's his job to put the
What? Blame the Yankee hierarchy? No, that's blasphemy.
How dare you?
They this team believes in stability in the wrong places, and it's going to be for a while now. The last week they were talking about the heir apparent to the Yankees. He is, I forget his name, but he is the grandson of George Steinbrenner, and he's in his 20s, and he's held every position on his way up. and he started at the very bottom. And he's not in management yet, but he's doing what he needs to do, unlike the other kids, unlike Grandpa. So we'll see. Look, the Yankees are not the Yankees of before, when winning at all costs truly meant everything. Right now, the Yankee family has an incredible lifestyle, and
Of
they
course.
want to keep it. That's what it is. And George said, if we win, we will earn, first and foremost. And Yankee fans not only tolerated, but adored George Steinbrenner, because even with all of his antics, they knew that he was going to try to win at all costs. That's gone. There are actually very few teams other than the damn Dodgers that have that attitude. And the problem with the Dodgers is their manager. Folks, I don't have to point it out. All you have to do is read all the articles that have been written by the managerial moves. The Dodgers, quite frankly, I know I don't play a woulda, coulda, shoulda, but the Dodgers could easily have had 3 or 4 World Championships already in the last 10 years. The manager has made the bad moves. But it's okay. The players still have to perform. It is incumbent on the players. And Kershaw, he's been my favorite target for years, but the man's a World Series champion now. Merry Christmas, Kershaw. Good for you.
And back again for one more year.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations to the Cleveland Indians, Almighty. They pulled off a trade. They traded their ace to the Padres, but they got a bit of talent back in return. And the the destruction of the San Diego Padres continues. And hey, just 3 years ago, the Padres had assembled a dream team, but they ended up being a nightmare team because they couldn't play together. They couldn't get along. Please, Tanya, your thoughts on the team that the Padres had assembled, which was impressive, at least on paper.
Oh, I have no comment on. Well,
Yeah, you do. Come on.
oh, I went in on the Yankees. I can't do it again. Here's the thing, and this has always been my big problem with the Mets, is that sometimes or even with the Yankees, is like you go for some of these players, and sometimes they're these big name players and what have you, but you don't take into account the egos. People don't understand the importance of chemistry in a locker room, which is why last year was 2022, the Mets did so well.
Yeah.
Because of the chemistry in that locker room. Edwin Diaz played such a crucial role in that locker room. He kept the players loose and had fun. Last year, the team was stressed beyond all belief because of everything that was going down. Plus, they had Verlander, and then they had Scherzer, and then Verlander didn't start, and this, that, and the other thing. I mean, they got to go for quality, but also for the mindset of these players. Which is why I will say the Yankees, again, are going to have a huge problem in that locker room. The Mets had a huge problem in the locker room last year. To the point where, it was just a hot mess last year. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't get out of their own way, even with what they had, which is why Scherzer and Verlander were sent away. But it's a problem. The Padres, I would see the names that the Padres were getting, and I'm like, holy crap, when the hell did they become the big team? They couldn't get out of their own way. As a general manager, you have to take into account, before you sign a player, what it's going to do to your clubhouse. These guys have got to get along because they have to have each other's backs. some of these guys, I fully believe that they hate certain guys. I don't care how much they want to win. They don't want to win enough not to sabotage each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Folks, you hear me talking about the Padres dream team. You remember that I was sarcastic even then. I was so happy that the Padres were building the team, but I think the big dog will remember my argument back then. I said the Padres being that good makes the Dodgers better because if they can get past the Padres, they'll do very well against baseball. And we all know what happened over the last 3-4 years. The Padres didn't come to play against the Dodgers. But the fact is, I felt the Dodgers would be a better team if you had a good team like that nipping at their heels. History speaks for itself. I never said the Padres could overtake the Dodgers, but I always said, remember, Big Dog, didn't I say it's always better to have a damn good team in your division keeping you honest, always
Yep.
hustling and playing.
Yep.
So this isn't revisionist history, folks. I agree with Tanya. She's uttered some things that I couldn't utter eloquently as she did. There's a
Tanya,
lot.
you're gonna be here in August, right? End of August?
I don't know. I've
You should
gotten
Well,
mention-
if you're coming, it would be the end of August, right?
yeah, like in
Maybe
the middle of August.
Maybe we can take you in a baseball game.
I would love to see an Angels game.
Okay.
Well, hopefully they'll be in town.
Okay. One moment. I'm going to contact legal counsel and they will arrange for a loan so we can go to the game. Oh, wait. You said Angel Stadium, not Dodger Stadium. Oh, okay.
Well,
cancel that. We're good. We just need a few coupons.
yeah. Well, I was thinking, I mean, even if which I don't think it doesn't happen that often, but if the Dodgers and the Angels are out of town, usually the Padres are in town. So I mean, that's only going down to Petco is only like an hour and a half from Anaheim. So
I would love that.
You know, Tanya, I've been to Petco and I'm hoping to go again. Well,
it's a
actually,
beautiful park.
Is it?
To Seattle as well as Petco.
Right.
Everyone there, I know I'm generalizing, but everyone was so nice when we went there. It was obvious we were visiting from out of San Diego, and the stadium had a wonderful vibe about it, and it was really fun. It is a nice stadium. It is. And if you want to know how to build a stadium in a downtown area, you could learn a lot of lessons from that San Diego.
Yes.
When are they going to do something about Dodger Stadium? That stadium is utter.
They're not going to do anything about Dodger. Dodger Stadium is going nowhere. No,
it's ugly. Shea Stadium was better than that. The old Yankee Stadium was better than that.
The old Yankee Stadium was iconic. Dodger Stadium will go the way of Wrigley and Boston. They're not going to do anything. They'll improve them. They'll do improvements in the stadium, but the stadium itself, it's not going nowhere.
Tanya, the talk of moving Dodger Stadium is over. It was in the 2010s that they were serious.
I remember that
about moving them to
downtown somewhere, right? Yeah.
Yes. And it was probably going to be right there next to Staples Center or Crypto Arena or whatever it's called now. I'm sorry. I really don't know.
Where the football field is, the one Magic Johnson owns, probably in that area. They would have been able to figure it out.
It actually would have been, I believe it was east of the metro station right there on Pico when there weren't the skyrises, which are now. Hey, Tanya, I know. They're just tall buildings for us. I know.
Your mic. Roger, your mic.
He knows.
This poor man.
You got to play with his cords. Unplugging and plugging.
Thank you.
Some quality headphones with a mic for his birthday. Can we all pitch in and do that for him, please?
Play School makes a nice ones, those nice blue ones that got like Blue's Clues on it and stuff. That would be perfect for you.
I'd lend you mine. Ay.
Just cut it out of your Alaska budget.
You're going to move to Alaska, Roger?
I want to go back.
He wants to take another trip. Who was that person? who's that person, Raj, that commented, no, don't go. You'll hate it. That was one of the comments.
Was that coffee?
No, that was
No.
Susie bone break.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't-
Susie?
yeah.
Oh,
Susie.
she's in Alaska. Well, I was up there in 2022. Sorry, folks. I actually did love it. And I'm hoping to go back again. But the reality is, folks, and I can say this straight out, I had a deposition on Tuesday and I was answering someone back deliberately. I now know that my Facebook page, I have coworkers that are on there. I know it's not even an issue of being snitches, the little morons. They are reading my posts deliberately, and they're trying to get information. And I was like, okay, no problem. So I'm gonna accelerate my comments. It's like I didn't realize it was so funny last year, folks. I went on a meme tirade where I was like, I quit, and I did like 18 like different. You can take this job and whatever. 15 minutes later, they were calling me, dude, have you left? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, word has gone around that you've left, you resigned. I'm like, son of a wench. I was like, oh my God. A lot of people got excited. They thought I was like throwing it in, that I had announced it on air. I'm like, that didn't take very long to figure out. So I send messages to people when I do a post like that. The reality is I can't travel right now. Physically, I will not be able to. I can barely drive for maybe an hour at most. So to be on a plane for 5 hours, it's just a dream right now.
Just
I was going
remember,
to Lima, Peru. I was going to Lima in early May. There's no way I can't
Oh, that's
physically
right.
handle that.
You were going to go for a hookup or something, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, big dog. I was going to the Citadel up there.
That's what I was getting from the
Hey, big
drop
dog,
pins.
I appreciate you dreaming about me, brother, and I thank you that in that dream there was going to be a hookup. Dude, I would love for that to happen, but it's not going to happen. So the reality is, I'm reliant on big dog's dreams for success. It's horrible, but it's true.
well, we would know if he shaved. So
Yeah,
I
that's
was
usually when
actually
he has
thinking
something
about
going
that
on.
this morning.
Hmm.
I was.
And also remember, if you go to Alaska, you don't wake the bear for a selfie.
Well, in April, when I was up there in April, there was still a lot of snow everywhere, and I don't think the bears were up at that point. That's why I like going in April.
Well, not only that, he's Hispanic, and we're a little bit smarter than that. We're not the one that's let's wake the bear up so I can get a
Yeah,
selfie. No, people of color know better.
Tanya is not a Karen, and we are not Carlsons. We are smarter than that when it comes to bear. Look, you see that smile? She's like, "How can you guys be dumbasses to actually poke the bear?" I mean, who invented that? People like
I-
Almighty.
I saw a video.
Thank you.
I don't know where they were, but and no offense to Almighty, who's the token white person right now,
Yeah.
but the video was a bunch of white people, and they were at some forest, national forest, and they were trying to get close to the moose so they could take a picture with it.
Oh my gosh.
He was not happy, or she. No, I guess I don't know if female moose have all the antlers and shit.
Size of, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, he or she was not happy, and with the flick of a head, hit this lady who was trying to take a selfie, literally trying to take a selfie with the moose, and the moose hit her with the antlers, and she flew back about 6-8 feet, and then he started running after them. The moose started running after, and everyone scattered.
Dude, have you seen the videos on YouTube when
Yes.
the moose will just be walking through the neighborhood and it
Uh-huh.
will just move cars, and
Yep.
and if they're fighting with another bull,
Oh, I've seen that one. That is scary.
God.
That's scary.
Look, when I was driving, as I said, when I was driving on the roads of Alaska, think I told Big Dog this. There was a moment that there was a bend in the road that had I been there 40 seconds sooner, I would have had to have applied the brakes hard. It wouldn't have been a collision. It was the middle of the day, but there were 3 moose that were crossing the roadway. But in Alaska, most of the time, if you're not in an open plain, there are trees 40 to 60 feet tall. So it's like you're doing a trench run. It's like if you really want to enjoy it, you're just hauling down the road. But at night, you're done if you're driving 50, 60 miles an hour because those moose will hit you and they'll take out.
Yeah, they'll do damage.
Yeah. And you guys have seen the imagery. So I told Big Dog that when I went up there, that normally on my credit card, I would have declined the coverage. But I said, dude, I'm going out into the hinterlands. I don't care. I'm paying for the extra coverage. I want to come back to Alaska. I don't want to get into any legal things. And did I overpay for the coverage on the truck? Yeah. But it was 100% covered if anything happened. And it had the roadside, whatever, which I kind of laughed.
So in case a moose flipped you over, you were covered.
Yeah. And I also joked to Big Dog that that's why I wear the black t-shirts in homage to my trip to Alaska, because I said that if I get caught in the snow and if I have a white t-shirt, I'm not going to stand out. So I have the black t-shirt say, oh, there's the Mexican. There he is. So we'll see. And speaking of the Mexican.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. Speaking of the Mexican.
Yeah. I mean, was that a setup or what? But Dream does not wear black t-shirts.
Stud muffin.
Or am I wrong?
You are very. I don't know what you're talking about because I just logged.
No, he wears the tank tops that are like 3 sizes too small, so he can show off all the muscle.
He doesn't wear a white beater, dude. No, Dream. I was talking about right now that the stupid Mexican me, when I went to Alaska, I figured that if anything were to happen, I didn't want to be trapped or caught up there in a white t-shirt. They'll never find me. So that's why I purchased the black t-shirts. And I said that if anything ever happened, it was, oh, there he is. You can see him in the snow there because he's got the black t-shirt. And that's when I said the dumb Mexican was wearing a black t-shirt. And I said, speaking of Mexicans, here's Dream.
Wow.
Who does not wear black t-shirts.
I do, actually. I wear a lot of black t-shirts. They're great for layering.
Yeah.
It didn't really get all that cold in New Orleans, did it?
When it was snowing, yeah, it was a little cold.
What? You had snow over there?
Yeah, there's a couple years we had snow. Just a couple times, though. Nothing crazy. But
I can understand the snow from Tanya and Almighty, but wow. All right, you got me, man. Wow, snow in New Orleans.
Yeah, that's the thing. Weather. Weird. I know.
Are you getting any snow out where you are now?
The snow is about an hour and change north of me. But yeah.
Not right now, huh, Big Dog? We just look north and we see a snow on the white-capped hills.
Same thing. It's about an hour and a half from us.
Okay, well, maybe for you.
Well, he's just up the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm right here on Mountain Avenue. It's just like 20 minutes up Mountain Avenue. So, but that's all right. Big Dog is correct that a lot of the higher elevation ones have snow on them.
Time for your pills?
Oh yeah, it's 7:00. Did you see that?
Yep.
Damn it. And I think I forgot him inside.
Of course.
All right, guys, I'll be back 2 minutes. And wait, I can go for a little while longer. I'm actually
take your pills. It's all good. We'll still be.
All right,
I know.
all right,
go take your pills.
All right, 2 minutes.
Pass out like last time.
Shut up. You have the con.
Don't forget your cane.
Can't hear you. You need your cane.
Oh, all right.
So what's happening there, Dream?
Oh, nothing. Just showed up to work a little bit early and decided to jump on the call and see how everybody's doing.
7:00. You're there at 7?
Yeah, I don't start till 8, but sometimes I get stupid traffic and sometimes I just wake up early and just get moving.
Ah,
And I've got Almighty on mute.
so have you taken in any more baseball games, or you haven't had a chance?
No, I haven't had a chance. I'm just trying to work and get those bills paid, you know. So how's everybody doing on your ends?
We've been
I'm
doing
fine.
good. We've been talking about Mr. Stroman from the Yankees, who when asked to be the starting pitcher on opening day, he said, "No, I don't want to do it because it's going to mess up my routine," and he declined.
What?
And I was like, "That's bullshit. you you don't. If I would never last more than like 2 weeks as the manager or coach or whatever. I would immediately be like, no, you're going to do what I tell you. You don't get a choice."
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, well, don't worry. I'll find somebody who's ready to go when I need them. That's
Yeah,
like that's sad, man. That's very sad.
yeah. So he declined.
As an athlete, you should be ready to go when your number is called. End of the day, I feel
Yep.
maybe it's because I'm old enough to remember the days before the internet, but
Maybe they should put his locker or trade Kershaw or yeah trade Kershaw to the Yankees and have him have him sit next to him. How many times Kershaw as a starting pitcher has manned up and said, "I'll be your relief pitcher if you need it."
yeah, true, true.
You know.
Although at this point, you know, I'd take Otani over Kershaw, but that's just me. I'm just counting down the seasons. You know, I mean, Otani got this massive contract. It's wonderful for him, and he was very smart in doing it. He's the next Bobby Bonilla contract.
Oh, don't mention that's a bad word to the Mets fans, Mr. Bonilla.
Oh yeah,
And I think it's even funnier. No offense to Tanya, but I think it's even funnier that two teams pay him once a year.
oh yeah.
Still, I forgot who the other team was, but I know it's the Mets and some other team that owe him to. I think the other team owes him till 2027 or something like that.
Wasn't it the Padres or something like that?
It might be the Padres. But like we've always talked about, I mean, July 1st, I believe, is Bobby Bonilla Day, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. 1.2 million, Raj? 1.1 million?
I think it's 1.2. Could be 1.5 at most. Good morning, Coffee. We were talking about you earlier. We were. It's Stroman. He sucks at baseball anyway. Just cancel his contract for insubordination. When do you ask a player? Look, he says it's going to ruin his routine. Dude, you were asking 2 weeks before the start of the season. Alter it.
Exactly.
That's just unbelievable. Be right back. My coffee's ready. Oh, I made a cup of Joe.
Oh my.
So if
Talk
an
about
emergency,
routines.
yeah, so if an emergency comes up, is Stroman going to say, "Oh no, I can't pitch because it's not my routine"? So,
Yeah,
I know you went through all your pitchers and you need someone else to pitch, but I can't pitch because it'll ruin my routine.
yeah.
Right. Exactly. You can't do that, man.
Uh,
When your number's called, you go.
yep.
That's how I was raised, man.
I mean, of course, and scorekeeper's going to hate this one. The damn union would probably block this, but I would send his ass down to AAA. Just teach him a lesson.
They can't. They can't
Ah,
block it. He's under contract.
then then I would send his ass to AAA. You don't want to start? Okay, fine. You know what? Let's go down. I'm going to send you down for a month to AAA, and you're going to take the bus everywhere. See how you like
This
that?
is actually everything you just said. You just lost. Team got fined. This is what you do. Based on what we've analyzed and based on what we've determined that you've done in the preseason, we think you need more time in the minor leagues. you'll be sent down while we evaluate what's going on. And that is management speak for look,
What I
bitch.
just said.
Yeah. Look, and not only that, we're not even going to give you a date. We're like, we'll see how
Right.
you behave. So, yeah, the Dream knows
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
He's a
It's
former manager.
yeah. At this time.
Oh, I mean, if I were to officially do this, of course, I wouldn't word it the way I said it. I'd be
No, Big Dog
more.
would straight out be wording it like, "Look, bitch."
Well, I would probably do that if it was just me and him in the room, and I knew there was no one
There's
around.
the trick to management is always believing there's a camera or a microphone in the room.
That is true. That is very true.
That is the only way to survive.
Oh my God. When I went in to talk to my section head and I told him, sir, I want to let you know that I will be recording this conversation. Oh my God. Oh my God. You will not do that. I said, why, Bob? You scared, Bob? I think, and I wrote an email that summarized our last conversation, and you said I was 100% wrong. Bob, you're the first person to call me a liar. So how about we just record our conversation now? Oh man, he just lost it.
Oh yeah.
My answer to him was when he says his email response was, I don't understand how you just got the entire conversation wrong. I said, well, based on your response, you didn't correct me. My email stands because you didn't even bother to make clear what we talked about for an hour and 47 minutes.
Right.
I mean, it was like, if you would have printed that email, see, they got scared because everyone who knows, I can repeat entire conversations word for word. So I just went back to my desk and I repeated the whole thing, and they lost their mind.
Shit.
Blue, stop.
Sorry.
Oh no, not. I thought my mic was off. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. We know.
Jesus.
Yes. Someone called?
No. But what Scorekeeper was talking about, it's 100% right. It's like per my last email, you have to learn how to use corporate speak. You know.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's fun. It's fun finding new creative ways to essentially tell somebody to F off.
Yep. so many people never got the joke that when I used to work for Rite Aid, I called a couple of people Richard Craniums, and they just did not get that one. They did not get that one. It went straight over their head. And I knew who I could tell it to because I knew they wouldn't get it.
Richard Cranium. I love it. Oh man. No, I've had a lot of fun over the years messing with, different types of corporate speak and, just figuring out different ways to really mitigate the situation. And it's fun, you get to talk to people and not only the only thing worse than getting insulted by someone is if you get insulted by someone, it hurts. But when you have to go back and look up your own insult
to see what they actually meant.
Exactly. That I believe is the creme de la creme.
Too funny.
Yeah.
While I have you baseball aficionados here, they put out the top 100 players of all playing right now. So I'm going to go from 20 to 1 to see if you all agree. I was shocked at where they have Mike Trout, to say the least. But these are the top 20 players, according to ESPN. This is where the article's from. I'm not actually sure if they borrowed it from someone else or whatever. I'll see when I get to the top.
Before you say where Mike Trout is, I'm going to take a guess.
Okay.
Not what I feel, but where I think they put him.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen this article. I would
Oh,
say he was put anywhere between 15 and 17.
no.
Okay, I was wrong.
Lower.
Really?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is a bullshit bullshit list. Anyways, okay, here we go. At number 20, Trea Turner for the shortstop for the Philadelphia Phillies. At number 19, Mike Trout of the
Wow.
Angels. Yeah.
They think he's too
Number
old,
eight,
but
number 18, Julio Rodriguez, center field, Seattle Mariners. 17, Jose Ramirez, third base, Indians. 16, Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. He's a shortstop. 15, Spencer Strider, starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. 14, Fernando Tatis Jr., Padres. Oh, Roger gonna love this one. At number 13, Bryce Harper, first base, Philadelphia Phillies. Number 12, Matt Olson, first base, Braves. Number 11, Adley Rutschman, catcher for the Orioles. These are your top 10 players. Number 10, Corbin Carroll, outfield, Diamondbacks. Number 9, Shohei Ohtani, DH for the Dodgers.
number 9.
Yeah, number 9. At number 8, was it Jordan Alvarez, left field DH for the Astros. Number 7, Jarrett Cole, starting pitcher of the Yankees. Number 6, Corey Seager, shortstop for the Rangers. Number 5, Freddie Freeman, first base, Dodgers. Number 4, Mookie Betts, shortstop, Dodgers.
Mookie.
Yep. Number 3, Juan Soto, right field, New York Yankees. Number 2, the second best player in all of baseball according to this list, Aaron Judge, center field, Yankees. And the best player, who's left, Raj? Of the names. Your mic is screwed up again. I love you too.
Shohei Ohtani.
No,
No.
he was no. You weren't even listening. He's number 9.
Yeah. He should have been.
Number 1, Ronald Acuna Jr.
Yeah.
Atlanta Braves.
Opinion piece. That's why I said it should have been Ohtani. If you want to go by opinion pieces, it's folks. This changes every week in baseball. I appreciate that list. It's like obviously the right, and nothing against the writer. I like writers, but it was obvious that they were up on a deadline and they had to make up something for their deadline. Sorry, folks. I get it. You know, Bleacher Report syndrome all over again. I get it. I do miss Bleacher Report. Our Bleacher Report segments were fun. So, folks, it's just an opinion piece. Again, the numbers speak for themselves. Actually, Major League Baseball has a way to rate them. So, for someone to say, just look at the numbers. Baseball has, whether you agree with it or not, they have their WAR rating, wins above replacement. They have others. The metrics speak for themselves. So, nice opinion piece.
In your opinion, who's the number 1 player in all of baseball?
So, see, what I missed was what you said was, is it currently number 1 right now?
Yes. You lost it again. Fix your damn wire. Yeah, I know I'm number 1. I'm your number 1 fan.
It would be in genuine production.
Okay.
He's with the Dodgers right now. All around teammate,
Betts?
player.
Mookie?
Mookie Betts.
Okay.
Folks,
Dream? Sorry, I cut you off. What were you saying? What were you going to say, Raj?
No.
Okay. Dream?
You say Mookie is number 1? In your personal opinion?
Right now, today, Mookie Betts is the best player. right now in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
He does it all, and he is doing it all. He has a glove like no other. He has the arm. He is athletic. Oh, and for you racists, his athleticism is beyond the pale. And let me see what else. He's a great teammate, supports his team, and he's never coming up with excuses. When he's playing bad, he tells you he plays bad. So, thank you, Coffee. Acuna stole 70 bases at the plate. Acuna is legitimately number one. And again, numbers speak for themselves. You asked for my opinion. I'm telling you who the best player is.
Mhm.
It's Mookie Betts right now.
Dream.
Heard. I would say if you're picking a number one player outside of, the Diamondbacks or the Dodgers, then you're kind of smoking a little something. Mookie is amazing. In my personal opinion, top 5, easy. I find it hard to place him at number one, but I'm not going to argue with Scorekeeper too hard on that because again, you kind of got to look at both sides of that coin. From what I've personally seen from him, whenever I've seen the Dodgers play and he's played, he's 1 for 3, maybe 0 for 3. So in the couple times that I've seen him play. So, I mean, I've never personally seen the production, but defense, 100%. He's always got his glove where it needs to be. So, I'll give you that. Acuna, I'm not a fan.
Okay.
But yeah,
Do
I
you
mean,
have?
I don't have a favorite that I'm going to throw out there for number one, but I mean,
Okay.
I know that list is not, or it's an
Yeah.
opinion piece.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly what Rod said. Yeah.
And I disagree with you, Coffee, like always. I don't think Trout is, done or not even a top 20. I'd probably put him in maybe in that 13 to 15 range, arguably, if he stays healthy.
Coffee. I said there's the numbers. Yeah, guys, stop screwing around with the post. Okay,
I'm not.
Acuna. Hey, are you the guys? So anyway,
I'm
uh,
one of the guys.
All over the posts.
okay, guys, look, I said already, the numbers speak for themselves. They won without him. Okay, he's the best player. The Braves still won without him. So that's all. I think Acuna is an exciting player. He's probably the best upcoming right now. But when you want to look at all around right now, I will take Betts over Acuna in a heartbeat. It's okay, folks, because Acuna has been hurt a few times, and it's okay. I like Betts. He is all around because when Betts is on the field, the Dodgers win, and without Acuna, the Braves win. So it's okay. I get it, and I'm not going to argue the numbers. I'm a numbers man. It's always subjective. That is my opinion. I appreciate your argument, Coffee. Yes, it's true what you wrote, but best all around player, Betts.
Ice Queen, do you have a? Would you like to give your 2 cents on the best player in baseball right now? I don't know if you heard the list. I rattled off the top 20.
Sorry, I was too busy dealing with my parents' dog that's driving me absolutely
Oh.
nuts.
That's funny. Who's the best player in baseball right now, Tanya?
Otani.
Okay.
Yeah. This dog. Yes, I would think Otani.
They had Otani at what did I say,
9.
guys?
Number 9.
9.
Mm.
And they had Trout at 19.
Mr. Trout is no longer the all-around best player in baseball.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Yeah.
I don't think he's 19th though. I think that's a little low. I think that's very low, personally, but that's just me.
And just coffee, because I've known you for so long. This is what I'm talking about. You made your argument. Okay? Thank you. I get it. I'm not dissing your argument, but this is blogosphere basement shit. Little kids continuing to argue. Sorry, buddy. I respect your opinion. I defer to you on it, but it is what it is.
So Tanya, according to the list, I'll just give you the top 5. And
Okay.
they have number 1, Ronald Acuna of the Braves. Number 2, Aaron Judge. Number 3, Juan Soto. Number 4, Mookie Betts. And number 5, Freddie Freeman. That's the top. This is from ESPN. It's top 5. And
No,
Corey Seager's at number 6.
no. I mean, Judge. It's just Yankee. I
Yeah,
automatically.
folks, I don't even think Judge should be that high, but it's okay.
Where did Alonso rank?
Who?
Alonso.
I don't think he was on there.
Oh wait, this is all around player, right?
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
they're top. Let me see if I can find them.
I can't see Alonso as an all around player.
I like
Nah.
your birds.
I think the list is fine, except they need to bump up Ohtani. Mookie Betts. Mike Trout is just. I don't know. Mike Trout frustrates the hell out of me.
Alonso won't be on the list because he hit 217. Copy says Alonso won't be on the list because he hit 217.
Well, it's top 100. I'm pretty sure he's in the top 100. I would think. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm down to 32. There it is. You're talking about Pete Alonso, right?
Yeah.
They have him listed at number 32.
That sounds about right.
Hey, Dream, Big Dog, Tanya,
Yes, sir.
Almighty. I'm
Monday.
quoting an email. Check out this one line. I want to know what you guys think about this. Here we go. Is this the email? I'm so sorry. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Your superintendent is concerned about his backlog. I remember running into a tent pole once at a circus, and I received more sympathy from one of the clowns upon having seen my unfortunate incident of running into said circus tent pole. I am not looking for sympathy. I actually wrote that in an email.
Oh my gosh.
And the funny thing is, that email went the entire, the entity. I'm not going to say the name. It went everyone read the email. I mean, that thing was forwarded like it was nobody's business. When they asked the superintendent what they were going to do upon my return, he says, "Why? What are you talking about?" "Dude, he called you a clown." "No, he didn't." "Read the email." "Oh, but read it in Roger's voice."
Yes. Read it in Roger's voice.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
And when I was told that, oh my God, I died laughing when they said, no, read it in Roger's voice. That is in an email that I wrote, which I was saying, hey, you know what? It is what it is. I was disappointed, but then again, knowing the idiot, he missed it. That's the funniest thing. It was obvious what I was saying right there. And
Oh Lordy.
look, Marines are great at storming hills. They're not good at being managers.
And crayons.
Yeah. Just to add to that, for me, because I've always liked him as a player since he's come into the big leagues. At number 35 was Little Daddy Vladdy.
Just gonna let that marinate for a minute because it was hilarious listening to you say that.
What, Little Daddy Vladdy?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep my mic
Well,
off because I'm in the process of cutting something, and the machine is gonna make a lot of noise.
Okay.
It's
Well, I
okay.
can't call it. I mean, well, his dad was Big Daddy Vladdy, so the son is Little Daddy Vladdy.
Oh, and scorekeeper, put your mics off, right?
He don't care. Your mic is off again.
So scorekeeper.
You
No,
would you no, it's still not. You would think the upper management of NDB Media would give you a decent headphone. Yeah, I know. I'm number one. I love you too.
Oh no, I don't. But
hey,
thank
it works.
what's rather frustrating works all other times. There's never an issue. But on Saturday mornings, this little bitch in the morning.
You're gone again. You keep messing with it. Quit playing with your. I don't want to read your lips.
You just reminded me of a deaf gynecologist.
Yep, I know. I know that joke. That's a funny joke.
The upper management are as tight as a duck's ass. I wouldn't know, but thank you.
That's pretty damn tight.
Hey, folks, I don't know if you heard. I spoke to Big Dog yesterday briefly about the announcement in Rams World that probably one of their best players, at least defensively, has called it quits. Did you guys hear about that?
Future Hall of Famer.
I think we
You
can
can
have that
say you
conversation
can
now.
you can say that now. Actually, now it's will he be first ballot or will it take him a second year? Based on his what he's done and the fact that he retired only at the young age of 32 to have a Hall of Fame career where they're practically already putting him in is pretty crazy. People don't know who I'm talking about. Of course, the Rams, Aaron Donald, three-time Defensive Player of the Year. He's retiring at the age of 32. Played 10 seasons.
Wow. I wish
for
I was
him.
retired by 32.
Good for him, folks.
Yeah.
Good for
Thank
him.
you for the
He's
memory.
retiring at an age where he can still enjoy his life without all the aches and pains.
That's exactly what I told Raj yesterday. You know, he retired early, made his money, gets to enjoy his family and play with his kids without being in pain.
Mm-hmm.
That we know of.
Yeah.
Oh, that dude's going to be in pain the rest of his life. He's played 10 years in the NFL and plus college.
Especially
plus we don't know if
especially
that's what made him retire.
especially a defensive tackle. So you
Yeah.
know he's been beaten up.
Yeah, being on the
So
line like that. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're trying to say there, Big Dog, but he was in the league for 10 years. And that's
no, I know. But
I know what you're trying to say, and that's cool. But it's good that he can retire though. I mean, he doesn't have to keep playing and make that money. He can somehow he's figured out that he can retire after 10 years and maybe still make have money around.
and he walked away with I believe 2 years left on the table. So he wasn't like a free agent or anything. He walked away on his own terms, period.
That's the best way to do it.
Yep. So here's his stats, guys. So in 10 seasons, he was a three-time Defensive Player of the Year, an 8-time first-team All-Pro, a 10-time Pro Bowl selection, and the 2014 Defensive Rookie of the Year. He finished his career with 111 sacks, second most among primary defensive tackles in his career behind John Randall's 137 and a half. Since individual sacks became an official statistic in 82, he holds the Rams franchise record for career sacks. So, hell of a player.
I don't know if he
Tanya?
goes first ballot. I mean, they might give him a year.
Yeah.
But
he is 32 after all. It's not like he's still a young player. I mean, NFL wise.
Yeah.
But you put leave money on the table, though. That is what's surprising, I guess.
Hey, Coffee. I'm sorry to back up a little bit. Is there a Vladdy 3? I didn't. Pay
Not
attention.
that I know of. Is there?
Well,
Billy-
that's why I'm just asking. Is there a Vladdy 3? I didn't put them all in the top 30.
Yes, I think there is.
There is, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What will help Darnold maybe get a first round? I mean, get right in is that he has a Super Bowl under his belt. So maybe. I think he does, doesn't he? So
Yeah.
So I mean, usually a Super Bowl that helps get you in, as opposed to not having a championship ring on your finger. So we'll see. I mean, maybe his body couldn't take it anymore, dear big dog. I'm sure I'm sure he'll have more to say on this as time goes on. So.
Well, listen, 99% of us don't even play in the sport, and our bodies have already given out. And all we do is
All right.
sit desk all day.
So Vladimir Guerrero, back to that one stat. Okay, so of course, Vladdy Jr. is with the Blue Jays. He has another son, Pablo Guerrero, who signed with the Texas Rangers as an international free agent January of 2023. And his other son, Vladimir Miguel Guerrero, signed with the Mets January 15th of this year.
And that's the one that Coffee mentioned. So there's actually
There's
Vladdy 4?
Yeah, there's 4 Vladdies. And they all play or have played.
Wow.
Own team going or what?
Dude,
Pretty
they
much,
really
and he-
got the genes going, man. Wow.
And he's pretty damn
Is-
young.
is
He's only
Dominican?
he's only 49.
Is he
Senior.
Dominican?
Yes, he is.
That would explain it.
Tanya.
And you know what? They all
I'm
have
not-
the same name, so it's like, Lou, what are you doing?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, not good.
Who has the bird?
This guy.
Tanya, right?
Yes.
Oh, look.
Other than you doing it every 5 minutes.
It's like George Foreman. All 5 of his sons are George. I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's George Foreman Jr., George Foreman the third, George Foreman the fourth, and George Foreman the fifth.
That makes a lot more sense, though. He's been hit in the head so many times, you can't remember a different name.
Oh, man. Dude, that is funny. That's one that I won't even say because I might have the privilege of meeting him one day and he's going to say, you were a little shit. I was making fun of my memory. I'll show you memory.
So
Tanya. I'm loving the fact that Tanya's bird fills in the silence. It makes it almost an old cowboy film.
I don't have a bird. That's YouTube. That's keeping the dog entertained.
Oh, okay. Well, so what does the dog do right now that you were saying no?
Because he's tearing up a tire that I got him with rope.
Oh,
He eats it, and I'm like, this damn dog.
oh, is he one of those dogs that eats everything in his?
He doesn't eat everything, but it's just like things that say is like unbreakable.
He breaks
This dog
them.
manages to break it
Yeah, they're not unbreakable.
through it. He knows I'm talking about him, so he came over here looking for pets, but he's not getting pets. Damn dog.
Liz disappeared. I think
Yes.
she's going to check on Aisha, and Aisha's commenting, Aisha, I hope everything is well with you. I hope everything is well with Janet. Maybe you'll be able to join us. Aisha, I don't know if you wanted to do Sunday morning. It is scheduled. I would only be able to attend for about an hour and a half. I'm actually already having a lot of trouble right now, folks. I'm really having trouble with my neck at the moment. So I'm not trying to be rude. No,
it's okay. We're used to that part.
Compassion.
None. Not
Compassion.
here, Tanya. Not here.
At Sports Talk with the guys?
No.
It's funny because I feel like when it comes to like when you're with your friends, as soon as there's no immediate danger, like as soon as nobody's dying,
It's open season.
All the jokes are open season.
That's funny.
It's gonna go.
when no one is on the verge of death, it's open season.
It's true.
Okay, there's a lot of truth, but let me tell you, in that tight knit group, there can be that gallows humor too, dude.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
I,
So since you said joke, I have a joke. This
Okay.
one's 90% clean. There's just the very last part.
you are Sunday,
Uh,
Aisha. Go, big dog.
all right. So a guy walked in a bar with a monkey. The monkey jumped up on the bar and grabbed some olives off the bar and ate them. He then grabbed some limes and ate them too. Then he jumped onto the pool table, grabbed the cue ball, and to everyone's amazement, put it in his mouth and somehow swallowed it whole. The bartender complained about what the monkey did, and the guy said, "Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He eats everything. I'll pay for everything before I leave." So, guy drinks his stuff, pays for all the damage or all the food the monkey ate. The guy comes back 2 weeks later, again with the monkey. He ordered a drink and sat down, and the monkey started running around the bar. The monkey found a cherry, stuck it in his butt, took it out, and then ate it. Then the monkey found a peanut, stuck it in his butt, took it out, and ate it. And the bartender said, "Did you see what that filthy monkey's doing?" The guy said, "No, what did he do?" The bartender tells him back, "He took a cherry and a peanut, stuck it in his butt, and took it out, and then ate it." And the guy says, "Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He'll eat anything, but ever since he had to shit out that cue ball, he measures everything first."
Okay. In the pain, I know you couldn't see. There was a Joker type lip movement. Wow. Folks, how many of you actually envisioned the joke?
Oh, I'm sure all of us. And I don't know about you, but I'm envisioning a Curious George type monkey.
Yeah, but same here.
Was Almighty, was he envisioning a Curious George, or was he envisioning a Cleveland Zoo baboon? I'm just curious.
I was trying not to envision anything, but
You see, it was bad for me, Almighty, because when I'm taking the medication, I have trouble. Um, I have trouble envisioning stuff, but the medicine had not taken effect yet, so I did envision all of it.
I
Dream, you
think I
were
was just envisioning a monkey from Planet of the Apes. So I think that's what. I mean, the current series, not the early, not the 70s,
okay.
60s, 70s
Oh,
version.
okay.
The ones that actually, with the CGI version these days, they look real. So I think I was just thinking of the head monkey.
Tony! I think he is working, but he's watching and listening. Dream, you had missed a few times when these guys had told some really good stories and you could envision the stuff. But I was lucky. I had taken the medication and it was like I was trying to envision it, and thank God I was not able to. It was
Man,
really good, but I mistimed it today, so I hate them all.
that was a good.
So I have a little bit of more baseball news. One concerning a former Met. Tanya probably already knows about this one, but former New York Met and Yankees, former Yankees player Dale Strawberry is recovering from a heart attack and is at the SSM Health St. Joseph Hospital. Says Met spokesman Tuesday said that Strawberry was stricken with his heart attack on Monday, a day before the eight-time All-Star's 62nd birthday. Strawberry posted a photo of himself at the hospital. On Instagram, wrote, "I'm happy and honored to report that all is well."
That's good.
It says Strawberry, who lives in O'Fallon, Missouri, is resting comfortably. And he says, "This is from the Mets. On behalf of the entire organization, we are sending positive thoughts to Darryl Strawberry, his wife Tracy, and the entire family after last night's heart attack." So glad to hear that he's doing better, and it seems that it wasn't that bad, and it doesn't sound like he needs to have surgery or anything. So hopefully, Daryl's had many, many things happen to him in his life, as we all know. It's well documented, and I'm just glad that he's doing better.
Yes, some of the things he did in the past probably contributed to the heart attack too.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
luckily it was. I'm glad I'm with you there, Big Dog. I'm glad it doesn't seem like he needs surgery. So I hope he recovers and gets home soon. And because I mean, he did have his problems, but we all like to watch him play when he could play.
Yeah. I found this one interesting. Boston Red Sox right-handed pitcher Lucas Giolito is expected to miss the season after his right ulnar collateral ligament was repaired with an internal brace. And I found that real interesting. I didn't know they could put a brace internally around a ligament. I mean, I know they can. There's a lot of stuff they can do, but that's the first time I had heard of that procedure being done. An internal brace. I don't know if you guys have heard about that or not, but it was done by a Dr. Jeffrey Dugas. Did the operation on Tuesday at Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center in Birmingham, Alabama, which of course is very, very famous. It said Giolito was able to avoid ligament replacement surgery, but which he had on August 31st of 2012. Less than 2 months after Washington made Giolito the top overall pick in the 2012 draft. So he's out for the season. Had any of you ever heard of an internal brace like that before?
No.
I know you don't care because it's a Red Sox player.
No, you asked me if I'd heard, and I said nope.
Hey guys, I got to get dipping out real quick. I got to get going to work. Scorekeeper, if you could give me a call later when you get a chance at some point.
I'll give you a call right now. I'll be right back, guys. All right. So I'll be right back. Big Dog, you have me gone.
All right. Bye.
Okay. So,
So real quick here, Tony, what do you think about the Eagles getting hold of Barkley?
Well, that crap just pissed me off. With everything that the Giants have gone through, like seriously, you couldn't pony up the money to keep this guy.
yeah, that is so damn true.
I mean, the Giants are beyond frustrating right now. Like they're another team that just doesn't seem to understand or get what the hell it is that they're doing. Like, how long has it been since they've actually been productive?
What century is this?
It's just so ridiculous.
Well, not since Eli, right?
I think, you know what? And this is one of the reasons why I'm done with sports. It's just like nobody knows what they're doing. Everything is about the almighty dollar, and nobody wants to bring a championship anymore. At least that's how it feels. Whether that's the case, I don't give a shit.
I don't mean to piss you off more, Tanya, but
of course you do. And some people apparently get off on seeing me pissed off, but it's fine.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Are you ready if in November by some miracle he wins or they win? Are you ready to say Mr. Vice President Aaron Rodgers?
Goodbye, big dog.
I mean, to me, there's no chance in hell, of course, that they're going to win. But I found it interesting that Aaron Rodgers' name came up. I don't know. I know you heard about it. Did you hear about it, Almighty?
Yeah, you sent that story, and I looked at it, and I just thought it was a bunch of crap. And
before
he could take office, he would have to go to his cave and think about it for a while before he came out. So I mean, I don't.
Well, even before he gives the speech, he's got to take off the tinfoil hat.
Yeah,
before he goes up there. But the fact that
take that seriously or not, there, big dog. I saw the link, and it's like, and like you were talking about, it's more Aaron Rodgers drama. And I mean, it's not as bad as drama as he usually has in the office.
Yeah, it wasn't what I was expecting. I thought it was going to be something else. And I just thought it was interesting that, Robert Kennedy Jr. Wants Aaron Rodgers as his running mate. And if he can't get Aaron Rodgers, then he's going to go after Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, he's not exactly. He's fallen
No.
fall off of the JFK Bobby Kennedy, tree. It's
Oh yeah.
I.
Yeah. Robert Kennedy Jr.
At
is
least Jesse Ventura has political experience.
true, but the thing is, though, I mean, as governor, he said all the right things when he was governor of Minnesota about him being independent and everybody meeting in the middle and so on and so forth. But after his governorship was over, he kind of got out there
He
a lot
did.
with the conspiracies and stuff, So he's right up there with Aaron Rodgers on on that conspiracy stuff or the stupidity of
That's
like
what
Aaron
Kennedy
Rodgers saying it's the Earth is flat and stuff. So.
Maybe that's what Kennedy likes. All these people that have wear the tinfoil hats with him. I don't know. I don't know what the beliefs of Kennedy are, when it comes to being a flat earther or not. But he could pick. But he doesn't have a chance anyway, like you said, Big Dog. So it doesn't matter who he picks as his VP.
True. Although Roger made a point saying that if he does indeed run as an independent, that he'll take away votes from Trump because of the fact that he's his beliefs and so on and so forth, and of course the Kennedy name.
True, but how much? I don't know. I don't really know. I know who he is, but I don't know how much that name weighs anymore when it comes to him. It's not like they still have the same power. Maybe in Massachusetts, but I don't know. Is he from Massachusetts or is he from another state? I mean, I'm just assuming he's from Massachusetts, like the rest of the family. But I mean, this is not a political thing. But I know it goes to Aaron Rodgers. But I don't. Would Aaron Rodgers give up his big money? I guess he could make big money in politics too if he's vice president. So I mean, I guess it's.
Oh damn! I didn't know. I didn't realize he was that old either. God damn.
How old is the guy?
70.
Jesus, what is with old people running for president?
I did not think he was that old.
I did not either.
Biden and Trump can.
Yeah, no kid. Well, I know those guys are older than Moses.
Now we have to worry about if any of them can live a next term in office, but I don't know. Aaron Rodgers, you throw a name out there like that. Did Aaron Rodgers have a comment there, Big Dog? Because I don't know. I didn't read your whole
no. He didn't get a comment from him. He didn't give a comment, which is surprising.
So
he comments about everything.
So Kennedy just threw out a name, and we don't know if Aaron Rodgers even has any interest in being VP.
Yeah. The only thing that Rodgers commented on this week was, and he did it very, very quickly within like an hour or two after someone said something. They didn't say who it was, but evidently someone was saying that Aaron Rodgers was saying that Sandy Hook never happened. And he got on Twitter or the Pat McAfee show or wherever it was, like within an hour or two, and said, "I never said that. What happened. It was real. It was a tragedy. We need to make sure this doesn't happen again." But he totally came on so fast. So this is about the only time in about 3 years that I'll say good for you for answering so quickly.
Right. Well, since Kennedy since Rodgers did not answer the call for a VP, I'm going to put this I mean, this is not a distraction made by Rodgers then, and he didn't comment on it. So
yeah, this is just a blip.
So it's just a blip, and so I guess this would be a non distraction thing. I mean, Kennedy's trying to make it a distraction by putting his name out there, but Rodgers is not trying to make it into a big deal.
I think Kennedy did it so he could garner some not newsworthy, but be out there on social media. That hopefully that'll cause a buzz to say, "Oh well, who's Robert Kennedy Jr.?" All the Gen Zers and stuff look him up and say, "Oh, I like what he goes for," or whatever. So maybe he's just trying to garner some support by throwing names like Aaron Rodgers out there.
So he's name dropping.
Yeah.
Well, if he really wanted to get a lot of buzz, he should have said he was going to pick Taylor Swift to be his VP. Then he would get a big buzz out of that. I mean, her whole base would probably carry him through to win the election. But still, I'm just saying, if you're trying to get, if you're trying to drop names, you might as well drop nukes.
That is true. But on to real sports news. Jimmy G has a new home.
Where'd he go?
After being released by the Raiders earlier this week, he signed a 1-year deal with the Rams.
No.
So Jimmy G is going to back up Matthew Stafford.
So he's back to California.
Yep.
All right. So,
and of course, he will miss the first 2 games because of the PED thing. So he won't be available for those. But after that, he's available.
So since we're in this area right here, Big Dog and Ice Princess, is Minshew going to be a backup then to what's his name? The rookie, not the rookie anymore, but it's
going to be you got to earn it. There is no starting quarterback right now.
So they have to. So they're going to. Well, I'm glad they're going to have them compete because
and from my understanding, either in the draft or maybe another free agent, they're looking for one more quarterback.
Well, they're trying to get 3 anymore.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Big Dog. So what do you think? So is Minshew any kind of an improvement over Jimmy G, or are we still doing a switch out like we did last year with Jimmy G and the other guy that was let go?
Well, I mean, Jimmy G, I would say Minshew's an upgrade from Jimmy G because he can actually play.
All right, there you go. There you have it.
With Jimmy G, what did we get him? We got him for like a game in preseason, and then they said, "Oh, your foot is broken. You're going to be out all season."
He's always hurt. He's always hurt.
Yeah,
maybe being a backup to keep him safe for a while. I know Minshew had his moments with the Colts.
Yes,
he was trying to lead them back into the playoffs last year. He was having good games. So that's why I'm asking. Because you're the Raiders man, and
he's decent. Is he going to take us to the Super Bowl? I don't think so. But, he's a definite upgrade, someone you can maybe count on that he'll be there every day. He did that at least for his previous teams. So,
right.
And he seemed genuinely happy to sign with the Raiders. So I think that's what the Raiders need is guys that want to be there. But let's see who else. Also Hunter Renfrow, of course, was released by the Raiders also, and we got Tony saying the Eagles have made several great moves in free agency. I'm stoked. Barkley's never had a good O-line. He's going to thrive in Philly. Well, for your sake, Mr. Kanapka, I hope so.
That could, yeah. And that's what I'm thinking about with Derrick Henry in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Even though, because, right now with Henry being 30, he's at that
speaking of
age.
I invoked his name, so he's got to come on.
But somebody
man, the myth, who took him back out? Okay, the man, the myth, the legend in Rogers' mind, the Phillies special.
Let's go, Philly. Hey, Almighty, I like how you call Ice Queen Ice Princess. I was just waiting for her to correct you.
No, she likes Ice Princess now.
She does? Okay.
Yeah, she's gotten used to it. Your mic is off again, Raj. Number one.
Well, Philly, I guess I want to get your opinion on that because that is quite the signing.
It's Barkley. A huge signing.
I'm coming across.
Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I was. That was like my dream scenario. I was hoping they were going to do
it,
but I never thought they would.
Coming down the subway like that.
What's one way to correct your team when you got a really good offense but a really bad defense? Improve your offense even more. if they can't stop you.
Well, you know that.
Just real quick, Almighty, I'm sorry. Just real quick, with what you're wearing, I know it's a cap backwards, but it kind of looks like a do-rag. But if you had a mustache, you would look so much like Hulk Hogan. Because you had the yellow, and when you did the flex scene, I was like, yeah, that gave me the Hulk Hogan vibe big time.
Yeah. Well, then he can do the Hulk Hogan moves out at the Philly games. You know, like like when I do all those poses and talk.
Well, see, I thought maybe he would. I thought maybe he was getting ready for WrestleMania. You know, it's only a few weeks away, so.
And where's it at? It's in Philly.
He needs to get
that.
It's in Philly. Going. You need to get that handlebar stash going there, Philly.
I'll work on that.
And then
no, but see, the problem is though he's got too much hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being Italian doesn't work. Being the Hulk.
He's a Stromboli. Folks, interrupt.
Hey, paisana.
Yes, we have several likes. I'm so sorry. Gridiron Girl, of course. Someone by the name of Tony Konapka, and someone by the name of Luis Noriega. Ooh. So,
wow.
Good morning, hermano, and my brother Luis. How you doing, Tony? It's great seeing you.
I'm excellent. I got a week off of work, so I'm great.
So,
and you slum it with us.
And just like the Ice Queen said, it was the roughest week. It was a really rough week. Yeah, I lost on Wednesday alone. Matter of fact, in a 5-hour period, I had lost 3 pounds, and no, I was not on the toilets.
Wow.
I had to wear that chemical suit for 5.5 hours straight, work on 4 different rail cars, and yeah, it just.
So you were sweating buckets.
Bad on oxygen, and then I'd have to get off the rail car. Employees were bringing me some water to drink, get back up there, and yeah, it was nonstop for 5.5 hours, so it was rough.
Tony, apparently you look like a happy orange.
I am a happy orange. I'll take that. I'm so glad what the Eagles have been doing this free agency. So the Cowboys haven't done anything. So yeah, it's great.
And everybody's talking how the Cowboys haven't done jack shit.
Well, as a matter of fact, wasn't Mr. Prescott sued by someone going back a few years?
Well, yeah, and then he's countersuing.
Yeah.
For defamation, but that's off the field stuff.
Oh no, hold on. The Eagles are adding talent. The Cowboys are adding legal actions. I thought it was all fair and war.
So they better pay him more in case he loses. So
yeah.
Give him that $60 million a year.
So do you think Barkley will take pressure off of the tush push?
No, I think they'll still do the tush push. If it's 4th and 1. I think, or 3rd and 1, I think they'll still do it because it's. I think
I'm saying not do it as much. I mean, like mix up a little bit between Henry and putting Hurts at risk doing his tush push. I know that it looks nice and everything, but still, quarterback can still get hurt during it. I'm just asking because now
I don't think so.
Like you said, Barkley's going to have a line now, so. He should get back to his own.
Barkley's 3 to 5 yards in the backfield, though. When it's 3rd or 4th and 1, he could still get stuffed.
That's true. That's a true story.
Now, and when Jalen Hurts draws, yes, Hurts will probably run less in quarterback draws and stuff, which is great.
Well, Jalen Hurts shouldn't get hurt unless his OT line puts the fist somewhere where it shouldn't go.
Right.
Other than that, he shouldn't get.
Push is pretty safe. Yeah. Except for the guys on the bottom, but yeah, for Hurts, he should be all right in the tush.
But still, that was a good signing.
It was a great signing. I mean,
we made a few other ones.
What are you going to key on now? Hurts, Barkley, or AJ Brown and Devontae Smith? I mean, or Goddard. I mean, they have so many weapons on offense.
It's starting to get loaded. I'm looking for some high scoring next season.
And then their defense, they got CJ Gardner Johnson back from the Lions. So we got a safety back, and he's got a hell of an attitude that we were lacking last year when we lost him on defense. And then Devin White from Tampa Bay. He's our best linebacker we got in our roster now. We only signed him for, I think it was $7 million, but it's only like 4.5 guaranteed. The rest is incentives.
Dude,
So
that guy comes to play.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he brings an attitude. So we finally got some attitude on defense that were lacking last year. So yeah,
Okay, my
I love
brother.
it.
I need a little bit of clarity, my brother. Were you talking to your cat, or were you are you talking to us on that post? Please clarify, Lewis. So, as a matter of fact, I saw a post on my brother's Facebook page late last night that he said that there's a cat they call Tails that's trying to get in the house. I'm like, oh. Were you talking to the cat again, Lewis? I just need clarity, please. So sorry, boys.
Tony, did you see how Kelsey said after the Barkley signing? I don't want to retire now. I want to come back.
Yes.
Oh,
And
really?
I was saying, well, he can. I mean, it's only been like a week since he officially announced it. I'm pretty sure if he really wants to, he could rescind those papers.
He could.
But I think he's happy.
I do too.
I think he's done his time. You know, his body's taken a big beating. Of course, being center all those years.
Yep.
So I think he's happy. I think he's happy that the Eagles are doing what they're doing. I think he just wishes maybe it was a year earlier so he could be in on all that fun.
Exactly.
Is what I think. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, I don't think he'll come back. I wish he would, but I don't think he will.
Yeah. And it's not a question of. I mean, just like what's his face on the Rams that just retired. You know,
Aaron Donald?
he's doing it on his own terms, Kelsey.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that like he can't perform or he's too injured.
Same with Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox had one of his better seasons this year, and he's retiring. So,
and I think that's smart by these guys that they're thinking long term as far as the family is concerned. You know, they're thinking, hey, I've made more than enough money.
Yep.
You know, my kids don't have to work. That's how much money I've made.
Yep.
You know, might as well retire, enjoy my life with my family, be able to play with my kids with it not hurting too much. You know, whereas we see some of these guys at the Hall of Fame inductions and they can't even get up the stairs, you know, without help.
Yep.
I watched that Kelsey special or series on Amazon Prime, and his wife said he wanted him to retire while he could still crawl around on the floor with his kids.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, I mean, he's still. I mean, not saying he's not in any pain. He talked about it all the time, but still, his kids are young enough, and now he can play with them. And you know, I guess he can still get on the floor and play with his kids for at least a couple of years until he's got to get that one of those scooters. But still, it took a toll on it. That sport takes a toll on everybody's body. I mean, you say he retired, but you know, that quarterback that retired from Indianapolis, he retired before he got dead. So,
Mr. Luck.
But for quarterbacks, it's different though.
Yeah, but he's getting the shit beat out of him too. I mean, he hit that shoulder a lot. So I mean, I know what you're saying, big dog. But being on the line, yeah, you're getting pounded every day, and he's hitting. And then how many times he hit his head in practice? I mean, just going up against somebody. So you're right.
Well, I mean, look at the girls on the court that get pounded every day and hit their head all the time. You know, we don't feel sorry for them.
But a lot of it, big dog.
He's got issues.
Oh God. Anyway,
I'll be back right now. I got to switch to the car. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
no, thanks for that before you leave. That's awesome, big dog.
No, I'm going to switch. I'll be back.
Talk to you in a second. So the Eagles, I agree with you, Tony. The Eagles made a big improvement by getting Barkley from the Giants.
They also got Bryce Huff from the Jets, a great edge rusher.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, they did really well this so far. And we didn't even mention they traded for a quarterback, Kenny Pickett, for a backup quarterback.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk real NFL. Are you happy with Kenny Pickett as the backup?
Absolutely. He's under $1 million a year for a backup quarterback. Now you could sign more guys.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
Nobody has a cheaper backup, and he's young.
True. I'm
And
just
he
thinking.
grew up an Eagles fan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's even less competition for Wilson there in Pittsburgh, and so
Yeah, he wanted he demanded a trade after they got Wilson. So
yes, I mean, there may be some competition, but I think Wilson is supposed to come in being the
100%,
starter,
100%.
and you know, when you're talking about Wilson signing and Derrick Henry signing, that AFC North is going to be even
Henry,
more brutal.
The Ravens, man, wow, that
I
was a
mean,
great signing.
And I know, oh, he's 30. I'm thinking, well, he's going to play with a team that also, like you were talking about, having an O line.
Yep, and having a mobile quarterback. I mean, who's more electric than Lamar Jackson?
He had jack shit going in Titans, and he still put up some 1,000-yard rushing yards, even though Titans sucked ass. I mean, think about it. I mean, so him coming in helped take pressure off Lamar Jackson, because now you've got to worry about Henry and then also Lamar Jackson taking off running.
Absolutely. Yeah, so, that's a great signing.
So, I mean, there are teams that have made moves to get to that AFC Championship Super Bowl scenario. And,
They did lose Patrick Queen, though, so that'll hurt their defense a little bit.
Yeah, you can't keep everybody.
No.
Nope. And some people are just going to leave just for the money or they're tired of where they're at. So,
yeah, it's definitely money.
But I think the Ravens will be able to compensate for all, I mean.
Yeah. I'd like to see them go to the Super Bowl this year. They're building a heck of a team.
What the fuck? No, get the fuck.
Yeah.
What
Play the Eagles.
How do you get this guy out of this room?
Well, the Browns ain't going there.
Oh, fuck you. Now I'm gonna say
who's their quarterback? All right, I rest my case.
Yeah, fair. You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna okay, Orange Boy.
I would like to see the Browns go. I'd love to see the Browns go, but not with Deshaun Watson there not going.
He can't. If he can stay healthy, maybe. You're right. I mean, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Every year's different. So
I'd love to see.
There's
Eagles,
no guarantee the Browns are going anywhere this year.
Sure.
There's no guarantee the Browns are going to go back to the playoffs this year. I mean, Christ.
I think their defense will get them to the playoffs no matter what. But we're talking Super Bowl. You need a better quarterback, I think, or more reliable, I should say.
Well, he needs to stay, like you said. I mean, we're still paying for that trade. I mean, even though he hasn't played, like I said last week, but. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it'd be nice.
If the Browns had Baker Mayfield, then I'd say yeah.
Yeah. Now, when Baker was first played there, and that Greg Williamson was the interim coach, and he's on a podcast, and he said, if they would have stayed together with the Browns, they would have won a Super Bowl by now. And I agree with that. No, I agree with that, because Williams is a good coach. And then they got rid of him and then hired that offensive coordinator. That was a shit show a year later. So, but if they would have stayed pat with him as coach, maybe. But that's the Browns for you. And they had I don't know what to think about Judy from Denver yet. I mean, they traded for him.
I think that was a very good move. Yeah, that was.
But they need someone that they're going to. I mean, they just can't throw it. All they have is Cooper. Yep. And the Njoku as a tight end. So he was someone on the other end there to help out.
Absolutely. That was a great move.
So we'll see what happens there. And
what'd you guys think of Russell Wilson with going to Pittsburgh for a year?
Love it.
I don't see it. I don't. I love their coaching there, but I just don't see it because they didn't do him any favors. They got rid of Devontae Johnson to Carolina. So you're going to get rid of your best offensive weapon when you bring in Russell? I don't like it. That old line hasn't been great. They haven't been able to run the ball. They got a great running back in Najee Harris.
You're right.
What's the average? 3-point-something yards a carry. I mean, not much.
Yeah, and plus you got to remember he was a first-round pick.
Yeah, he's a great back out of Bama. Yeah.
And he had the numbers in Bama, but like you're saying, I mean, they don't have no support for the poor guy. As we're talking offensive lines here between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, a state apart, you have each city on each end of the state there. And there's quite a difference. And I know that we're talking Tomlin, and Tomlin can probably get another step out of Wilson after Sean Payton, but will be enough to get them to the playoffs again, and we'll see about that.
I don't see it.
You know, it's going to be a tough division.
There's a meme out there where it says, where it's supposed to be Tomlin talking. It says, "I've never had a losing season since I've been head coach." And then the bottom one is Russell Wilson saying, "Hold my beer."
I like Russell Wilson. I'm a fan of his, and I like Pittsburgh too, but I just don't see it because
Yeah, I thought it was weird.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, big dog.
No, I agree. I mean, I like watching Pittsburgh. I like Tomlin. I think he's a great coach.
Yep.
Yeah, but when I heard Russell Wilson, I'm like, Russell Wilson, really? I don't know. He just doesn't seem like the right fit for them at all.
No, if he came to, I don't know, Philly or somewhere that had even the Browns, a really good offensive line and weapons. I think Russell would be great in Cleveland. A lot better.
We've already got our mistake. I mean,
I know.
I know. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you because he could take off and maybe stay healthy. Where if Deshaun Watson takes off, well, he's going to tear something or hurt his, It's getting this. Wilson is becoming more of a joke than any kind of big time signing. I didn't like the signing anyway, giving up all those draft picks. But Wilson, but you got to remember, Wilson's only getting a 1 year deal. It's not like it's
a 1 year deal. They didn't say for how much. But also, I don't know if you heard or not, Tony, because I think I talked about it before you came on. What'd you think about Jimmy G signing with the Rams?
I didn't even know until you mentioned it. Yeah, I've been listening since the start of the program. But
okay. So, what's your thought? I mean, I guess it's a decent backup for Stafford.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I think it's good. The thing is, though, you got two quarterbacks now on your roster, 1 and 2 that are injury prone. I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Both of them get banged up a lot. So.
Well, as long as they can just get hurt.
One of them can stay healthy, right?
Yeah, one can stay healthy, and then one comes in later,
But I think they're both good quarterbacks. So, I think it's a good signing.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, the Raiders might disagree with you.
Well, the Raiders, you're right about that, big guy.
I mean, I think Jimmy G for a backup's good, not as a starter, because you can't depend on him for 17 games.
And I was saying the same thing. It's a quality signing it's a good signing for a quality backup. That's essentially what Jimmy G is now, unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah. And just how you're talking about Minshew earlier, I agree with that too. He's a good backup. Yeah.
It's good that they're going to be fighting for the starting position between him and the other quarterback that slips in my mind. And I hear that the Raiders are looking for a third, either in the draft or maybe picking someone up in the free agency. That's available, and then before the season starts, dropping one of them. So it's going to be a shootout.
So, what about the bigger news where Kirk Cousins signed with Atlanta?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Yeah.
Well, word on the street is, I'm just getting from his press conference where he was saying that. From the ownership down, everyone's on the same page, which tells me that in Minnesota, not everyone was on the same page because I think the coach loved him, but everyone else in the front office and GM did not really care for him, and that's why he let him go because but the coach was always singing his praises, wanting him to run his offense, but so Atlanta was probably the best place. Plus, they gave him the better deal.
Yeah, but they don't have much receivers for him to throw to. I mean, look at the receivers he had in Minnesota.
You're right.
Three really good ones.
He's not going to have that Josh dude with him anymore. So, yeah, you're right. So, but he doesn't have to worry about he's getting a payday. So why, he signed for the most money. And you're right. But Atlanta doesn't have many weapons for him. So this is going to
got a really good running back, but yeah.
Yeah, really. I mean, but Minnesota then let him go to sign another Darnold, Sam Darnold Duck.
Yeah.
So now you've got the coach with a brand new quarterback trying to learn his system, and where you had Cousins knowing. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this works out with Minnesota when they would rather sign Sam Darnold and save money to see what happens with that with a coach that may not even like the dude. So it's interesting to see what's going on in Minnesota.
Minnesota needs to go get Justin Fields or draft a quarterback, one or the other.
Yeah. You're right.
Darnold, he knows not the answer. Where's Justin Fields going to go? I'm really curious what's going to happen with Justin Fields because he doesn't have too many destinations that look like possibilities. I
read about him coming to Cleveland even to be a backup, but it's like be a backup. I mean, God, let him start. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, if I'm Chicago, I'd just build around him. You got the number one. You got all these high picks, number one pick, and just go get Ohio State.
They got that kid from what's his name from USC, the one who's making all those outrageous demands. Supposedly going number one.
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Caleb. To me, with the way he's been talking, I mean, I would think his stock is dropping. You know, making outrageous. You know, that I'm not going to sign a rookie contract, and you know, if I sign, I want a piece of the franchise, and you know, he's demanding all these things that just cannot be done in the NFL. And I don't know if his dad's dumb enough to think they can, or you know, or what. I don't get his thinking right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I would not be the team drafting him. That's for sure.
Yeah, lots of red flags right now.
They'll probably, you know, if they know any better, they'll move off of him and go with another quarterback instead of taking a chance with this guy that, like Big Dog is bringing up, not very bright, but wants all these demands of being like he's been playing for 10 years and has won 3 Super Bowls with somebody, and he hasn't done jack shit. Yeah,
and the thing too with Caleb Williams, you know, in his 3 years or 4 years, whatever it was, you know, with SC, he has a track record of not playing well. He plays really great with mid-college teams, but once he plays a premier elite team, all his ratings across the board drop like a rock.
Yeah.
And what's he going to do when he's playing one of those non-elite teams? He's playing for one, right? You'd be playing for one. So what's it's not going to be really. Now what are you going to do? And plus, he's going to play Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota twice a year. Yeah, I mean, I know some of that stuff is iffy with Green Bay and the Vikings right now, but you're still playing Detroit twice and other teams in the NFL. And we'll see what they'll do. Because I think I'm going to go with Big Dog here and say that, you know, what he's been saying will hurt his stock in the draft. I hope so. I hope someone isn't dumb enough to sign this guy. And I think last week, Big Dog, did you not mention something about maybe he holds out for a year?
Well, that'd be the only way he has for him not to sign a rookie contract is he would have to sit. He would have to sit the year. Let's say he gets drafted by the Bears, just just for the sake of saying that. And he doesn't want to sign that rookie contract, he then has to sit the entire season and then would become an unrestricted free agent.
But that's the whole year. And then if he sits out, that's going to hurt his stock too, maybe.
Big time. You know, and then the way his dad was saying, you know, whatever franchise signs with him, we want at least 10% of the 10% ownership. You know, not knowing or
last week that would be illegal for him to be an owner and a player too.
Yeah, it is. It's illegal right now. You can't own part of a football team and be a player.
Yeah, like I said, I think Roger brought that up last week. So I mean, so we know because I don't know. It's going to be an interesting
draft.
First to see how where the Bears go with this. It's going or whoever picks up this guy. I mean, maybe he goes to the Eagles. We don't know.
No.
Well, hey, Big Dog, maybe you'll be there at number 13 for the Raiders.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. You know, and the Raiders would be the ones to take him. Oh, he likes to rattle the rails and shit. Let's take him. No. Don't say that.
That's only if you have a prison record, isn't it?
Well, that was the old days. If you had a prison record, you were automatically a Raider. Tony, are you surprised that the Cowboys haven't done anything?
Yeah, they got their running back now is going to be Cat Williams.
I think so. Yeah.
Signed. Yeah, and they signed a linebacker from the Niners. Michael Kendricks.
I thought he backed out.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I thought he changed his mind.
Oh, I don't know.
Wow.
So,
I thought he changed his mind with another team and went to the Cowboys.
oh, maybe it was that then. Maybe
Yeah.
'cause I'm just trying to go off the top of my mind.
Yeah, I think that's what the case was.
Was it that he was going to go to the Niners and he changed his mind? And then went to the Cowboys instead?
Why would you
God, I
do
don't
that?
remember.
How would you change your mind about the Niners?
I forgot what the circumstances were. I can't, since I'm on the phone, all my notes are on my
Oh, it's
phone.
Eric Kendricks. Yeah, I thought it was Michael. It's Eric.
Oh, okay.
Signs a 1-year deal with the Cowboys. Yeah.
So he did sign.
So is he the one that backed out and changed his mind?
Yes, he is the one.
Oh, okay.
Let's
But
see.
still, but the Cowboys are never that much active in the free agency anyway. So it's
Yeah, but I mean, they've
Not
been
right.
absolutely nothing this season though, and they need it.
yeah. And I don't know why they didn't want to keep Pollard. I mean, it wasn't like he was sucky ass, but anyway, it's Dallas had a lot of people go, didn't they? They just not just
Yeah.
Pollard, but a lot
They
of
lost their Tyron Smith. Yeah, they lost a lot of people. I think their
They lost
center.
like 5 guys, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're not signing anybody, they said, because they got to see how much they're going to pay Dak. So,
Or they're waiting to see if Dak's going to jail.
something.
no, no, nothing's going to happen to him. I think
No.
Dax went on the offensive or defensive, whatever you want to call it, with this stupid lawsuit that this woman and these 2 lawyers filed against him
Oh,
for
yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah,
And he just said, fuck that. I'm coming after you for, instead of coming out with
for
a press conference saying, "I didn't
defamation.
do this," he just saying, I'm not gonna. No, I just, you want to play this game, well,
Right. Yeah, if he's
I'm-
in the
I'm-
right, yeah, I'd do that too. Yeah, fight back.
So I mean, he didn't do a press conference trying to deny it. He just said, "Well, I'll let this. Well, okay, it's my turn to file a lawsuit instead." And
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't like it
So-
was with Deshaun Watson in Houston. So
Right.
So
When he
so
paid-
you guys
they
are
did
the
have
you
to
guys
win
are
in Houston.
you guys are the football guys. How much longer do you go with Dak? I mean, they've changed. Well, they changed the coach. They changed the offensive coordinator. They, gotten players here. They picked up players there, and still, have only gotten to the second round. Once in Dak's career? How long do you stay with Dak? Or is it Dak?
Trade him now to the Bears for the number 1 pick.
Ooh,
There you go.
wow, that would shake things up
That would
big
be a
time.
Dallas thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've done that before. They traded a player for draft picks that got into the Super Bowl in the 90s. So they have done this before. They would trade someone like him for more than 1 draft pick, even.
Oh
for the
yeah.
Bears. So
Now, do you guys think Dak is a problem, or am I just oversimplifying it?
I think Jerry Jones is the problem, to be honest.
Well, I've said that for years.
well, yeah. But you got to realize it could be the coaching too, because they get
Like
to the
McCarthy.
playoffs and lose because they win in the regular season. And last year were they like almost undefeated at home last year?
Yeah, in fact, they were undefeated in the regular season. They,
Oh,
in fact, for 2 years.
So
Yeah.
maybe they need to try to keep and win enough games where they keep that. I don't know. I mean, it's weird how they get that far and
They choke in the playoffs.
they choke.
Choke in the playoffs.
And maybe that's what they need to do is change their name from the Cowboys to the Chokers. I don't know.
So, who out there then? I guess is like the Phil Jackson for football to get these guys over the hump.
Probably.
And the only reason why I say Phil Jackson is because
I know
we
that-
couldn't get over the hump for those early in that late 90s, early 2000s till Jackson came in 2000 and got us there. So who would equate to that in football?
What
I
about
don't-
Belichick?
Yep. But Belichick, but I think I don't know. I think you're right about that, Tony, about Belichick. And it depends how I just see him and Jones butting heads all the time.
Oh God,
That's all I can
I-
see right now.
I'd pay to see that one.
Jones, I mean, I understand that Belichick wants some power, but
And Jones wants all the power.
But Jones will have all the power, and Belichick won't have jack, and that's not going to make him happy, especially if he can't help pick the personnel that are drafted or signed. He wants input like that.
Yeah.
And I can say, I mean, I just don't know. It'd be an interesting thing to watch, I believe, as they have wordplay and battle it out in the press if they go that far.
Oh, I would love to be a fly on the wall in their office when they first go head to head on the first disagreement.
Yeah. Well, the Browns did sign Mike Vrabel as a consultant.
Mike Vrabel?
Yep.
Really?
No way. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we signed him as a consultant, so he's going to be intimidating Browns players in the hallways now.
I really like Vrabel. He's a hell of a coach, I think.
I just think this is a stopgap until he finds another coaching position. So
yeah,
we'll see. But I saw that the other day, and I thought, okay, I mean, at least I don't know. I hope that he can help out. But I'm just thinking, okay, it's not a head coaching gig, but no one, I thought he would sign with someone in the offseason, and
me too.
And I don't care. I don't buy this. He's intimidated bullshit, but that's just me. But if someone said that, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Someone said that they don't watch the Detroit Lions and their coach.
Yeah,
excuse me, gentlemen. I apologize. I have to interrupt right now. Tony, are you in the township of Falls? Are you in Falls Township? You don't have to say anything otherwise. If you're not, okay. Something's going on in Pennsylvania. There's an active shooter, and it's in Falls Township. The entire city has been shut down. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I know our young man is out there and sometimes out in Philadelphia. This is coming in within minutes, so I apologize. If you didn't know and you were in Falls Township, dude, that's all. All right. I apologize. I'm getting conflicting news. There's a lot of stuff going on right now.
Are you talking about Philadelphia or Detroit?
Pennsylvania.
Well, he's in Detroit.
Well, Tony's in Detroit right now, I believe.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry, Tony, if I messed up when I said, "Are you in Falls Township, Pennsylvania?" I am so sorry. So it's like,
and there's always an active shooter in Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Him hearing gunshots is like, whatever.
Yeah, it's like 4th of July every night here.
Yeah. Are you in Detroit? Are you in Wayne County?
I'm literally like 12 miles south.
Are you still in Wayne County?
Yeah, I'm in Wayne County.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it. My history is that I used to live in Wayne County here in Ohio, so I mean it's always interesting to find out that there's more than one place called Wayne County. But anyway, yeah. Well, thanks for that, Roger, for that warning. I mean, I'm sure we have listeners in Philadelphia that will appreciate that, Roger.
Guys, I never said Philadelphia. All right, get your head out of your asses. I said simply Falls Township. You guys don't want to listen? That's your deal.
Well, we were talking about him being. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just duck and cover. But ooh, looks like he's gonna take care of business too with his own gun. I don't know what he's gonna do. Roger, you've been pretty silent here. Do you have any input on the free agent signings that you've seen?
I'm listening. No, I'm not. I just trying to be a part listening. Hulkamania, is that what it said? Tony?
Yeah, they're talking about me looking like Hulk Hogan earlier. I got a shirt from his shop in Tampa.
Yeah, you need to get that.
Zombie apocalypse.
It's Tony Mania.
Well, you can always buy one of those fake handlebar mustaches.
Yep.
You might be able to buy a Hulk Hogan kit.
Yeah.
Halloween thing and have the whole hair and everything, and then you can come on the show and do your poses.
Stand on stilts, that'll be good.
Yep. So,
But see, and Tony doesn't have to worry about it. He's already got the 24-inch pythons covered. So You know,
minus 6 inches, but yeah.
Yeah, minus 6 inches.
that's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she told. You beat me to it, big dog. I was whether to go with that's what she said or that's what she told me last night. So, I didn't know which way to go with that one.
I couldn't
What?
wait to throw
Green,
that
stupid.
softball up. Oh.
So that was a good one, big dog. I liked it.
Well, I mean, Tony very seldom serves me up grapefruits. So when he does, I got to take advantage.
Oh, I couldn't wait. I was laughing already thinking about it. I was like, I can't wait for the response. Oh.
Oh man,
Rod, you
it's
doing all right?
been a extremely busy week for football. I mean, baseball, free agency and NBA free agency didn't even compare to what was going on with football this year.
Yeah, Green
As
Bay
soon-
did a lot too. The Packers.
Yes,
got a ton of
as
they
soon as
were-
that bell hit, trades were flying. Trades and signings were just flying. My phone kept going off like every freaking 2 minutes.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Big Dog, you and I spoke yesterday about the impending political possibility. I know you discussed it already, but I wanted to clarify something, folks.
Mr. Possibly saying Mr. Vice President Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, we talked.
Aaron Rodgers did not deny the person who stated what he said. His denial is that I am on the record saying in the past what happened in Sandy Hook was an absolute tragedy. I would not and have never been of the opinion that the events did not take place. Again, I hope that we learn from this and other tragedies to identify the signs that will allow us to prevent necessary loss of life. My thoughts and prayers continue to remain with the families affected along with the entire Sandy Hook community. Ladies and gentlemen, he did not deny the accuser. He never said they're wrong. I never said that. He did not deny it. I will put the article in the chat room for everyone who wants to see it. Read it for yourselves. He does not deny the person who accused him, the person who wrote the article.
You gotta
read in between the words. I'm sorry.
You gotta admire an honest jackass.
Hey, look, you know what? Tinfoil boy. It's all right. It does what it does. But I'm sorry. I've been listening to all of you guys, but I am seeing some other stuff. I'm actually getting a lot of confusing reports. I got an alert that something's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. That's why I'm concentrating on this stuff. And there's one news outlet that is reporting and I'm not going to go any further because I've not been able to confirm it anywhere else. And then while I was looking at that, I got the report of the Falls town in Pennsylvania. So, and then I came across Aaron Rodgers where CNN said, hey, read the article. Here's the accusation. He never denies the conversation took place. And he never says that the person making the claim is lying or incorrect. He doesn't even say that. Folks, we know he denied it. It's been the longest kept secret, but hey, till he says I never said that and the person reporting it is incorrect, there it is. It's okay.
See, I could have sworn from the article that I read that he said I never said that, but I can't check till I get home.
CNN reported it, and CNN quotes him, so you guys can check it out on your own. And like I said, they name the person that says I was in that conversation with him when he said it, and he never answers back and says the person might be mistaken or something. He just says I've never denied the events and blah blah blah. So check it out. It's for you guys.
Okay.
The article has been posted in the chat room, and it's good for you guys. But this is just yet another thing that he says. So make your own judgment call.
Where's the engineer today?
I don't know.
He's out walking his feet.
Oh, that's
He's
right.
taking it. He's taking his foot pics for his OnlyFans.
There's something that goes on Saturday morning in the area of Dodger Stadium on Saturdays, and I forget what event it is, but then I believe on Sunday, Los Angeles has its marathon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles does have a marathon, and it will be happening this Sunday. So you guys, if you want to be bored out of your gourds, seeing a whole bunch of people run, Merry Christmas. LA Marathon tomorrow. Still
Been around
owned
for like
and
what, 40
run
years now?
by Frank McCourt.
It's in its 40th year or something now, probably.
Don't know.
I think Gig's going to run it. So
She has run it in the past.
I believe it.
Gridiron Girl,
What did I do?
the marathon.
Then you're gonna run the marathon in your NDB Media chonies.
And instead, you've run it in the past, have you not?
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Well, I did.
Oh, I did post that.
Running the marathon or running it in your chonies?
Yes.
Yes.
It's both. Uh,
I won't even ask where the logo is at.
killing me.
Wow.
Come on, Gig. We know you have the tattoo on your upper arm that says NDB Media Por Vida, with
For
the heart around it.
sure. Nice.
So, like, we were. Go ahead, Gridiron Girl. What are you going to say?
So you guys were talking about all the NFL trades. Well,
we got sidetracked again.
We didn't. Yeah, I know. I was listening.
Well, that was
Chargers
my
did a
fault.
couple
I'm
of
sorry,
things.
Gridiron Girl.
Well,
So, I want to
we
bring
had
to
to.
Roger.
We had to.
Yeah. Oh, I want to bring up to Roger's attention the new headquarters for NDB Media.
Oh yes, that's right. We're supposed to meet there starting next week. Okay, Gig.
No.
We're going to be in the top floor of the Hotel Cecil. Roger. That's one of the surprises Roger has. He's gonna put in a bid.
Where the water.
He's putting in the bid for the Hotel Cecil. Huh? Yeah, just below the water tower.
You don't want to meet at the water tower.
Yeah, yeah.
But
that was such a crazy. Did you guys? I mean, Gig, did you watch the
yes.
Netflix one?
Oh yes.
Yeah, that was.
I've seen it before, but after I got done watching it the other day, then I saw that it was for sale. And it was like, okay, it must be serendipity because here we go, Rod. It's right there. Should be pretty cheap, maybe only 30 mil or so. So I mean, you should be able to pick it up.
Well, actually, we did consider it, but we are in the running for Paramount Pictures, and we are devoting our attention in trying to get Paramount Pictures.
Well, I'm just thinking,
interested party.
You can kill two birds with one stone. HQ plus you can do your paranormal special from that hotel too.
That is true, but knowing what is at Paramount Pictures, the executive suite would already be included. We already have a theater, and we have a back lot to pretend play stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I know that you're itching to put your own stamp on Star Trek. So.
As a matter of fact, well, I would put my stamp in that I would interview people that have talent. So
what are you saying about the people now? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. There are some people that are quite good there, and there are some people that are not. Yeah. I would be I'm a storyteller at heart, but I'm not that good. I had 3 stories in me, and they're already done.
Yeah.
So I fully acknowledge
the hotel, man. Downtown.
No, the Cecil
Hotel. We can worry about getting mugged every night. That'd be kind of fun.
Well, no, we would have we would have security there and people who are capable of running security. So, we would have smart people there.
I'm
Tony's
because
one
as
of
you
them.
can tell, Gig is excited about it.
All Tony has to do is wear his hazmat suit on the outside, and people will be. No one will show up. Just sit out there with your hazmat suit.
That'd be great security. Yeah.
Yeah.
Picking up the syringes on the floor.
Yeah, there won't be anyone there, so we'd actually be okay.
Wow.
So, Gig, what do you think then about the Chargers? It was mentioned briefly. Losing Eckler, losing Allen. I mean, lost
Yeah,
that's 2 offensive weapons.
yeah, it's gonna look. Yeah, I'm holding my breath to hope that
Why?
he does we with the Khalil Mack and the Bosa adjusting their I don't know how it works. They're
It looks like a
adjust.
rebuild.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, I
Might be a
don't
rough
hope.
year.
Yes, it's gonna be another rough year.
Oh no.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
So
You never know.
you're still trusting Harbaugh?
Yeah, I do. I hopefully it's just the salary cap. I don't understand.
Okay.
That's the part I don't understand. But yeah,
Okay. But you're right.
and
But you know, the Phillies guy's right. That's 2 weapons gone. But
yeah, and I don't know who they picked from the Ravens. I don't know who he is. I think we got a tight end also. I don't know who he is either. So don't know. Don't know what's in their minds. But I'm gonna leave it up to them. And hopefully we get some offensive line person from I forgot who it's ALT on the draft. I don't know if he's oh, sorry guys, I'm not scratching my head here. Help
I'm
me,
sorry,
help
you're
me.
what?
I'm scratching my head.
Good for you.
the
Thank
tight
you.
end's name is Will Disley,
Who?
I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
He's a
don't know.
blocking. He's a
I don't know
blocking
any of the
tight end.
players.
He's a blocking tight end that they're talking about. So,
Okay.
but I
Well,
don't know who's going to be blocking for. But he will be blocking.
yeah, we need a running back. So yeah, we need a
So,
lot.
real quick here, big dog. Will Josh Jacobs fit in with Green Bay pretty well? Do you think?
I think so. I think he's where he. I think he thinks he's somewhere where he's wanted. He had a little bit of problems, So not that he did, but as a whole, it just didn't gel. So I think he'll do well in Green Bay. I don't know about the cold, but other than that,
Yeah. No dome.
No
dome.
no dome, no dome.
No dome. So yeah. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting season to see how all of these free agents do with their new teams, their new settings. That's interesting. And I know that Flacco did sign with the Colts,
Watch your language.
so he'll be the backup there too. So, and for some reason the Browns went with Jameson Wilson, and I don't know. I don't think there's a big difference between the two of them, but I guess that's where the Browns went for their backup. So
I don't know. For me, Baker's always like the wild card. He seems like he's sometimes that X factor for teams.
Who is
Baker?
Baker. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about Baker yet, did we? But
yeah,
him signing a 2-year, $190 million deal with Tampa Bay.
Yep.
And I think half of that's guaranteed.
Yeah. And I think he also has an incentive bonus about how many if he can start X amount of games, and he gets another million or 2 million or something.
10 million. I think it's another 10 mil, making this a $200 million contract.
Yeah.
I think so, Big Dog. Maybe you're right. I'm just saying that last Saturday I did speak of him maybe being let go by Tampa Bay to test free agency. But on Saturday, Tampa Bay said, you know what? We're going to sign him. And I think that bodes well for Tampa Bay, making him feel like he's wanted instead of just, okay, we're just going to set you loose.
Yeah.
And make him get another chip on his shoulder. And he would sign with anybody for any amount of money just to fuck up Tampa Bay. I'm sorry about the F-bomb there, but I'm just saying, you know how
No, you're not.
how he gets that chip on his shoulder. I know. How he gets that chip on his shoulder, Big Dog and everybody else. You know he gets that chip. So, and word on the street was that him and his wife liked Tampa Bay, and they would have still lived there in the off season, despite what team he may have signed for, if not find besides Tampa Bay. So he did like that. That's his words. And his press conference, he said the right things. And was it the GM or the coach that called him a prick, saying that
I think it was the GM.
Said he had enough prick in him for them to win. So he actually called him a prick during the press conference, and he did not deny it. I was like, yeah, okay. He owned up to it, which is cool. That's what a leader does. He owns up to being a prick, and sometimes that's what you need to get you somewhere is being a prick, or prick, dick, whatever. You know what I'm talking. You know what I mean. Okay, real quick here. Baker bet on himself and he won. Oh, we can't hear Big Dog. Big Dog, we can't hear you. Unless you're doing a Roger. Yeah, we can't hear you. Anybody? Who else is? Anyone else have any left?
You're able to hear me still, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Philly, you have any comment about Baker?
No, good for him. He deserves it. I mean, he had a great year and led his team, and he did really well. I mean, he did as well as you would think he could. I think he hit his bar. So he deserves every penny he got. I'm glad. I'm happy for him.
Yeah. Well, I've been a Baker backer for years, and you've heard me talk about not giving up on the guy, even though
right.
And so that where I feel about Baker. Yeah. I still think he belongs in Cleveland, but that ship has sailed 2 years ago.
I agree with you.
But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
What were you saying about the Bake?
No, what I was going to say is every elite player or upper echelon player, no matter what they play, no matter what professional sport they play, has to be a prick. They have to have that attitude to get to that point. They may be the nicest guy, but when you're on the field, you're either going to go over them or through them to get to the number one spot. And every single player's has that in them. Whether they continue being a prick or an asshole about it, once they get there is another thing. But you have to have the attitude of I'm better than you and I know it, and I'm gonna prove it. So and that's how you get to that number one spot. Brady's that way. Kobe was that way. Jordan, LeBron, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. All these guys.
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, Muhammad Ali, the king, right?
You got to have that attitude. You got to have that killer instinct that if I'm gonna get there.
Ty Cobb.
Yeah.
Baby.
Oh God.
Yeah. You said how difficult Ty Cobb was. Well, yeah. Well.
Ty Cobb, in the small ball area. And
yeah. So. If that's what it takes, unfortunately, that is what it takes to be number one. If you're the timid guy or gal, who's like, oh, my time will come, not unless you make it come. You make that upper echelon elite status. No one hands that to you. You got to earn it.
It's a wonder that Baker could even stand up with all the chips on his shoulder. Because this is a guy that's been carrying chips ever since college. So I mean,
So are you saying this is an oldie but a goodie? Let's see how many older people get this one. The youngsters will never get this one. So is he Robert Conrad with the Duracell battery on his shoulder?
yeah. I dare you knock these chips off my shoulder. Yeah. And I guess if Liz was here, I'd make a cow chip joke, but she's not here, so it'd be wasted.
I remember one time. Do you guys remember the Battle of the Network Stars that used to come on every year back in like the early ’80s and stuff?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, there was one time where it was Robert Conrad. They were doing Simon Says, and it was Robert Conrad, and he had Robert Conrad. The guy had Robert Conrad and Lou Ferrigno come out.
Oh,
And they actually got like a box or something and put it on Robert Conrad's shoulder. And the guy was all, Simon Says, Lou Ferrigno knocked that chip off his shoulder.
Did Lou do it?
Oh yeah.
How much taller would have Lou been compared to Robert Conrad, though? I mean, Lou was a pretty big guy.
Yeah, oh yeah. He overshadowed him big time. And of course, this was when Lou Ferrigno was really big. I think Lou's about 6'4", maybe.
Yeah,
I don't think
and Robert,
he still would have been in Hulk shape. So yeah.
Oh yeah, he was huge.
Yeah, he was not a CGI Hulk, that was for sure.
Oh wow, Lou's 6'5". I thought he's a little shorter.
No, because I remember
I can remember he was 6'4" or 6'5". He's nicest guy. I met him once or twice at a couple of cons. Really friendly with everyone.
I remember. Well, this is weird. Went to Pittsburgh Con and I was carrying all these boxes and I walked into the elevator and there was Lou Fignewton. Just Lou Fignewton. There was no, posse with him. And I'm just standing there holding these boxes and he's looking at me and he finally reaches over and pushes the button. Because I was not going to put those boxes down. That dude didn't have any couldn't carry nothing. I just looked at him. And he's like, fuck you. And he just pushed the button.
Well, guys, okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to see because I just am not feeling well and I have other things to do. But I want to let you guys know the audience is gone. Okay? No, I'm serious. The audience is gone. I've been getting comments all day. And you guys got to watch your language, man. That's all I can say. Because we lost a lot of the people. And every time you guys started going off with the language, everyone left. Okay? So I'm not feeling well. I'm not going to be a part of it anymore. I'll see you guys later. And
Get better,
no one's watching. So I will see you guys soon.
You feeling better, dude?
Ouch.
Roger got mad.
Okay.
I feel like I got in trouble and I didn't do anything.
Right.
I'm always getting in trouble. So
I got a guilty conscience.
He's just not feeling well.
No, I hope he feels better.
Gig, go massage his neck, Gig.
Hell no, you go rub his neck.
You go. Jeez.
No, I'll have him lay on the floor and I'll walk on his back and he'll not have no more pain ever again.
Right.
Holy, oh man. Yeah, that'll take care of a lot of things, big dog.
Yeah. Paralyze him.
Yep. Trying to see who else signed. So you got Kirk Cousins. You got to talk about Baker Mayfield already.
Anybody been following March Madness? That's coming up. All the tournaments going on now. Big Ten and all those conference championships coming up.
Yep. And the very last game, the damn Bruins lost. The very last Pac-12 game ever. So pissed about that.
Yeah.
It should be an interesting. So it's a team of 64, and don't they have that the extra two? Was it 4 teams?
I
or
believe
extra
so.
2 teams?
I think for 2 play-in games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think is happening tomorrow or today, something like that, right? Because I think the tournament actually starts on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe.
Mm.
I think Wednesday.
Mm.
Is it usually Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the way that it goes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Let's see. The first round, it looks, what was that? Well, it says the first round is the 21st and 22nd.
So
when is
that would be Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And
The part I
then-
was surprised about, because Roger talked about it at the top of the show, was actually the Final Four and the championship game is in April now. So March Madness bleeds into April.
Wow.
I did
Yeah,
not
'cause
know that.
Yeah, I think he said the Final Four was, I think, the second and the third, and then the championship game is, I think, on the 5th or something like that, or maybe the 6th.
Actually, it's the 8th.
Oh, okay, there you
got
go.
the Final Four on the 6th of April. And then on
Wow.
the 8th, on Monday, is the championship at Glendale, Arizona.
So then the Elite Eight would be what, like the second and third?
30th and 31st.
Oh, okay. And then they get like
What I
three
got
days
here-
off to recuperate. Okay.
You have the selection Sunday, which was already done, which is done tomorrow.
Okay.
So selections tomorrow. First round is 19 and 20.
Okay.
And the other, and first four. I guess that's your playing people there, right, Big Dog?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So the first four, 19 and 20. And then the first round is 21-22. Second round, 23-24. And then you have the Sweet 16, which is 28-29, which leads into your Elite 8 at 30 and 31.
Okay.
So you're right, Big Dog. It does bleed into April now. I thought it was always contained in the month of March, but
It was. They just extended it. I think they started, if I'm not mistaken, I think they started the season a week later so that it would coincide like this.
I don't know. I mean,
It's all about the money in the TV contracts. That's what it is.
Yeah. So
Just like the Super Bowl. I mean, although I think that was in like 2002 or 2000, or when they switched it where it's actually in, because I remember for the longest time it was the last Sunday in January.
yeah, well, actually that was all switched with 9/11 because
Oh,
they
okay.
took that week off.
I thought it was before that though.
No, 9/11 because they didn't want to play the week because
You're right. You're right.
complaining because they could still see the smoke coming off the buildings, and they didn't feel like we shouldn't be playing football because I think
You're right.
I think that's when the NFL had to scramble and go into February, and then it stuck after that, and now we are into almost mid-February now with this Super Bowl. So yeah, it's just too bad that it's February, but too bad that it started because of a tragic event here for our country. So
Yeah.
but it stuck after that, and but right now so right now before too long the Super Bowl will itch into April along with the championship for basketball, so you'll have to choose between the two. I'm just kidding, maybe we'll be able to get to March someday, but yeah, so March Madness does start next week, like the Philly special is talking about.
Yep. And we got baseball season starting up also.
Can't wait.
Yeah, baseball will start
starts on Wednesday, right?
Starts the last weekend of March. So it will start during the Elite Eight or Sweet 16.
I thought it started the 20th. I could be wrong.
No, not the 28th.
That's too early.
The 28th?
Around there, I believe.
So it'll be around with the Sweet 16 for the March Madness. So they'll be competing against each other. Thank you, Gig, for setting us straight.
No worries.
So are you going? How many games do you think you'll take in this year, Gig, with the Dodgers?
Oh, 3 or 4.
That's all she can
The-
afford.
Well, I was going to say before Otani signed with the team, it was like 10 or 12.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see what my sister-in-law gets her tickets. So
Oh.
Oh, okay.
those are the good seats.
Does she work for the team or?
No, she's a lawyer. So I
Oh,
mean
okay.
she's one of the head secretaries for a law firm. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
she gets some good seats.
Okay. So are those? So does a law firm get tickets, or does she just buy them because she can afford it?
No, they they have a set
No,
of
they
you
get
know they
them.
have a
Oh, they do. They
their
okay.
little
So I did. To some, I know that some businesses do that. I didn't know she was part of that.
yeah.
Help.
So sometimes they'll give them away and she'll grab them.
So she has to do a sign. So they sign up for them, and then they just hand them out whenever they can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't. Yeah. So
Okay.
those are the good seats.
I remember one time I was an assistant manager with Rite Aid, and I was talking to one of the vendors. I think she was a wine, or he was a wine vendor, I think. And he gave me 2 tickets to box seats, field level seats to the Dodger game.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you don't have to do that. He's like, no, we're not going to use them up. I already know the whole ploy, you know. But I was like, oh, okay, thank you very much. Well, I didn't realize the manager was like off to the side watching this, and he's like, you're not allowed to accept gifts from vendors. You're gonna have to give me those tickets.
Oh.
And the MFer went to the game instead of me. He took the tickets from me, and then he went to the
Oh.
game. I was like, you piece of.
That sucks.
Yep. Oh well, such is life.
Are you going to catch any Tigers games, Philly?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I just hope I could catch a game where they go to Cleveland. I want to see them in Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
I'll be catching Phillies games too. I'll be driving to Philly for Phillies games.
Okay. So you do. So you do like the Phillies as well as the.
Yeah, I've lived there long enough to. Yeah, I still appreciate them, even though Tigers are my team. If they're not playing the Tigers, I root for the Phillies.
Isn't that where the Harpers are at?
Yeah, that's my guy. I love Bryce Harper. Wish he was a Tiger, but yeah.
Were you listening? So what did you think about his placement on the top 100?
You said scorekeeper. You're not gonna like this one, but I was like, oh man, my guy Harper, of course.
He's ragged on Harper for years.
Man, I kind of agree with Ice Queen. I would say Otani would be my number one. Maybe not this year because he can't pitch. So
Yeah,
I can see that, but I mean, he does it all. Like last year, who was better? So, but I could see scorekeeper's argument too. Mookie Betts. I mean, he does it all too. So I mean,
I was, I gave into the fact that Trout's not the number 1 guy anymore, but I don't think he's number 19.
well, he don't steal bags anymore, so that hurts his game.
True, but yeah, I know. I just don't want to admit it.
I love Mike Trout. He's an Eagles fan. I love Mike Trout, but yeah, he's 32 now.
Yeah, and the funny thing was when he first signed with the Angels, I thought he was like from Nebraska or, one of those big old Cornhusker, grass-fed kids, and he's a Southern California guy.
He's from New Jersey.
Is he from Jersey? Okay.
Yeah,
well, either way,
grew up in Eagles.
But the way he looks and the way he's built, he looks like he's Midwest.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at his stats too. I mean, last year
he's been hurt the last couple of years. I mean, if he has a healthy
2 years
season,
ago he had 500 at bats. So
yeah,
and he still he had 40 home runs.
Yeah, I mean the power's still there and stuff, but I mean,
Only
if he were to have if I can get him to play, let's say 130 to 140 games, healthy, I think we'll see the old Mike Trout. But I don't know if
that was 2019.
Yeah. So, and that's when he was still considered the best.
Yep.
So, I think the potential's still there, but I mean, the body may not be willing anymore, unfortunately.
In the last 3 years, he's stolen a total of 6 bases.
Yeah, he doesn't steal anymore.
No. And the year before, in 19, he only got 11.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And RBIs, because the team's not that good. I mean, he's hit 100 RBIs twice since 2015. So
Yep.
that hurts his stats, too, as far as being the great player, all-time player.
It's hard to get RBIs when the guy's ahead of you can't get on damn base.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a great all-around player, but yeah, I think that
Yeah.
hurts him too.
It's great that he's got the mentality of, I'm an angel, I'm a lifelong angel, I'm going to be here till I retire. But there comes a point sometimes where, you're saying to yourself, management hasn't done anything for the last 10 years to
Yeah.
help me out,
Yeah,
and
he
the guys
wants
that they
to
have gotten, Tony's been the probably his greatest, player that they've had
100%.
with him,
Oh, absolutely.
and then they couldn't keep him either. So,
Yeah. I feel bad for him. I'd like to see Trout get a ring.
Yeah, I would love to get him. I would love to see him get one with the Angels, but I don't see that
I
happening.
wouldn't mind seeing the Angels win it. I know my Tigers aren't winning it, so I wouldn't mind seeing the Angels win it.
Oh, I was ecstatic in 2002 when they won.
Rod Carew is one of my favorite all-time players.
I loved Rod Carew.
Yeah,
I thought,
too. Love
consummate professional.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I've always liked the Angels. Yeah.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, all the teams I picked, and even the Lakers are so. Pretty much are all losers. I like the Ducks. I like the Angels. I like the Raiders, and of course, I'm a Lakers fan. So I'm like, man, 1 out of 4, and even that one is iffy. At least I have a ring for 2020, but everyone else, I haven't gotten shit for a while.
My teams haven't been great either. Yeah, my teams haven't been great either. The Eagles have been my best team.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Tigers haven't done anything really since '84. As far as winning.
Yeah. One wrestling side note. Of course, the Janelle Grant versus Vince McMahon and WWE lawsuit is still going forward, but more stuff is now being revealed. As we all know, or maybe you didn't know, of course, she's suing Vince McMahon and John Laurinaitis as the 2 main people. And she had said there were 4 others that were in upper management that knew about what was going on. Well, those names have now been released. So the other people, along with Vince McMahon, is WWE President Nick Khan, Corporate Officer COO Brad Bloom, Brian Nurse, who was the former general counsel and head of WWE's legal department. So I'm pretty sure he was in charge of all those payoffs. And unfortunately, the 4th and final person, his daughter, Stephanie McMahon.
Ooh.
I've heard stories already of stuff that happened, especially the former wrestler. Her name was Ashley Massaro. Unfortunately, she took her life, I believe it was last year or year before. And she had been traumatized from when they used to do the tribute to the troops, where they actually used to go to Afghanistan or in Iraq and stuff, where they actually used to fly there. She says that she was raped by one of the military people there, and that she immediately told WWE about it. And they said, okay, they checked her and so on and so forth. And they said, we'll take care of it when you come back to the States. Well, their idea was taking care of it was they got Stephanie. This is what the story is. They got Stephanie to talk to her and I guess get all the info and, the ins and outs, the whole thing that happened. And when she met with like the board or the top people, Vince and the top people, that all the stuff Stephanie found out, she turned it on Ashley. And actually she was kind of an undercover person, and she snitched everything to Vince and everyone else. So it was all of them against Ashley by herself. And their reasoning for not doing anything about it and actually sweeping it under the table was, don't let one bad thing that happened ruin a relationship between the military and WWE. And it was swept under the table. And she was steadfast over the years that it happened. And WWE, of course, said that we knew nothing of this because it really came out around 2016, 2017 about what happened, the rape and such. And WWE is coming out saying they didn't know anything about it. Well, now that all these allegations against Vince has come out, I guess there was a paper trail. And now they're finding out that all these people mentioned, that's being sued for the other stuff, that they knew about the rape and that they hid it and made Ashley keep her mouth shut about it.
Wow.
So, yeah, so you know what's hitting the fan right now. So,
Yep.
There's always something going on there, big dog, and it's never
oh
good.
yeah, and now that it's really been coming out more and more, some former wrestlers and former referees from the 80s were saying, yeah, Vince was doing this back in the 80s. We all knew about it. We couldn't do anything about it because he was our boss. He would have just fired us.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So, and it's sad that, this has been going on for literally decades.
Yeah.
And it took this one person to come forward. And as I've said before, we might not even have heard about it if Vince would have kept his side of the agreement and actually paid her the money that he was supposed to pay her. Otherwise, we would never even heard about this, and it would have continued.
Jeez.
Crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
I agree with you there, Philly. Wow.
I knew I never liked Vince McMahon.
I mean, I knew, the character that he played. Yeah, you could just tell. It was just too close. And some of the stories that he wanted to do, like the one with his daughter Stephanie, and Stephanie's talked about this in many interviews, that there was a storyline that Vince wanted to do, that Vince was having an incestuous relationship with his daughter.
Yeah.
And he wanted to do that on screen, and she was like, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yep.
And then he's like, okay, well then have it do it with, then it will not be me, but it'll be with Shane, which is her actual brother. And she's like, no.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah. So she was saying it's one thing. It's pushing the boundaries to have a, on camera relationship, saying that this person is your brother when they're really not. But if for it to be my actual brother or my actual father that I'm going to have to be kissing and doing this and doing that with, she's like, no.
Thank God somebody could draw the line in that family.
Yeah, and Vince was just like, he didn't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's just a story.
What a weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got definite problems.
That would have cost them viewers, I would think.
Well, no, this was the Attitude Era. So this would have been the early 2000s when they were having the bra and panty matches and all the suggestive, double entendres, and they would have the girls come out with essentially topless, but they painted
Trish
like handprint. Yeah. So.
You don't know anything about double entendres, but I did not. I guess I missed that era, but
that era, Vince made it a point to push the boundaries as far as he could, and waited for the what do you call it, the TV censorship people to come in and say, I can't do that. So he would do it first. In other words, it's better, the old saying, it's better to do and apologize after rather than ask for permission. So he didn't ask for permission. He just did it. And if they said, oh, you can't do, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'll yeah, won't happen again.
Wow. I guess, I go back to, Hulk Hogan and Nick Foley and all that kind of stuff. I don't, and Undertaker, but
Yeah, that's more my
Yeah.
time too. Yeah.
Yeah.
going.
Oh, I mean that was the time, but you know that was the main event type, and all the stuff that happened before were the bra and panty matches and all the backstage interviews that were really sexually, towards that way, and so because even if people like Trish and Lita, they talk about how uncomfortable Vince made them feel, and asking them to do this stuff, but they knew they had to because they would get fired otherwise.
Yeah.
And back then there really wasn't another place to go to, so they, I guess, they did what they had to do to keep food on the table.
Yeah, and that's the way it goes. Even in almost all businesses, sometimes where people are pinned to doing things like that because they want to keep their jobs. And I mean, I guess that's all part of, that's what started that Me Too stuff back last decade, toward the end there in the late teens that they started that movement. And that dude from got in trouble, that big executive for Miramax or whatever, Weinstein, whatever, Weinstein, Frankenstein,
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. He finally got busted and went to jail for that and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I know he had his time here. They of course found him guilty, and he's supposed to be doing, I don't know, 80 years or whatever. And of course he's already 80 years old, so he'll never see the light of day again. But now he's in New York, and they're doing their lawsuit and trial against him to see how many years they're going to give him. Yeah. So I guess after that's done, they ship him back to California. He serves out his time, and then once he's done here, then they're going to ship him back to New York to do that sentence. So I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah, well, all I know is that he finally got busted for all the crap he was doing for decades, and way he was treating actresses and making them do things to so they could keep their jobs. I mean, some did push back. I read about some actresses that pushed back. Oh yeah. But you still had some that may not have the big name, and they were just scared. They didn't know what to do. So it's an unfortunate thing that happens still to this day that we talk about even every once in a while, which is
unfortunately,
it seems like almost all the time. But we'll see. But get back to, it's unfortunate that the WWE, that Vince keeps embarrassing his brand like that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a thing he built, and now I don't know if it'll be enough to tear it down, but at least,
well, the only thing, that I'll give Vince credit for is the guy was a genius as a businessman. And I think he saw the writing on the wall, a couple of years ago. And that's why he started selling off, making this merger with Endeavor, where they then created TKO, which is the umbrella that owns WWE and UFC. So in that sale, he went from having WWE be worth, I believe it was like $2.5 or $3 billion, to when the merger happened, WWE was then, their value was increased to $9 billion. So of course all his stock went up like crazy.
Yeah.
And in fact, he just sold, and it just went through, I think it was last week, he sold something like 10 or 12 million shares of his stock for around $200 million or some absurd amount of money. It was like, actually it was more than that. It was like over $500 million of stock that he sold.
He's got to cover those legal bills.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. He did build that up.
Marie Lou. Are you familiar with that person, Almighty or Philly?
I am not, unless it's someone Roger knows.
The person in the chat room,
the chat
Marie
room.
Lou.
No.
Hmm.
Plus, I Big Dog and I know better.
Yes, that's why I'm very skeptical.
I was too. I mean, if it's somebody Roger knows, that's fine, but I don't know. I know that
Don't
Betty
know.
Lou's getting out tonight, but I don't know this Marie Lou.
Gig, do you know the person?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Plus, I'm not going to put the link into a
Yeah.
public
Marie
forum
Lou,
anyway.
Marie Lou, I apologize. None of us are familiar with you. I'm not saying you're not part of ND
I'll say you're not
Media.
legit.
Yeah. We got bitten very badly by someone that we got onto the show, and we almost lost everything.
Yeah.
In fact, I had to delete our episode because of what that person posted. So unfortunately, I apologize. No one here is familiar with you, so unfortunately, I can't give you a link. I truly apologize. Nothing against you. We just don't know you. You may know Raj or Liz or whoever, but unfortunately, we don't. So I apologize.
Plus, putting the link into a public forum is not.
Yeah, I would do that. I would put the link in.
Yeah.
He would have to be part of the NDB Media page.
Yeah,
That's
either
the only place I
on
would put it.
Facebook or the chat or our message board. But yeah, that's anyway. Sorry about that. I mean, we always like to have people join us, but we just,
Yeah.
Big Dog and I do not need to see that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was my fault. I couldn't get to the damn. I couldn't get to the damn delete button. I couldn't get to the damn kickoff button in time.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, now you're making me relive the damn thing, Big Dog. Come on. I had forgotten about that until now. I did not.
All right. So then I'll go back to more sports news. NBA wise, Ben Simmons, who of course has been one of the biggest busts since Sam Bowie, I guess it would be, or maybe not even Sam Bowie, but Kwame Brown. Ben Simmons is having another back surgery. That's his second back surgery in 3 years. And of course, now we'll be out, and there's not much time left in the season, but he's going to be out for the rest of the season, the playoffs, and hopefully he'll be back for next season. But I don't know how much basketball you guys are into, but would you call Ben Simmons probably one of the biggest busts of the 2000s and on?
Absolutely. People were talking about him being a Hall of Fame type player. You know how they throw that out early. And yeah, I mean, we're so happy to get him out of Philly. Yeah. Horrible.
When he did play, I mean, he was defensively, he was all-star caliber defensively right off the bat.
Absolutely.
And I don't know what it was that he just became afraid of the offensive game. I mean, unless he was shooting outside jumpers, which of course he couldn't do to save his life. And, he wouldn't shoot inside unless he was wide open for a layup. That'd be the only reason why he'd shoot.
Yep.
And I don't know. And he went, you guys shipped him off to Orlando. And he seemed to maybe the last couple of years starting to resurrect that career a bit, and then got shipped to the Nets, and same old again.
Yep. No surprise to us, but I think the Nets fans, I mean, not the Nets, the Nets fans were.
Actually, no surprise to anybody. I think and it was funny because I don't know if you heard his interview when he was about to have the back surgery, talking about it. He said. He pretty much said, I just want to get back to being an elite all-star player that I was. Thinking, when were you ever an elite all-star player?
Oh, wow.
Only here, I guess. In his mind.
I mean, I've seen so many videos of him where he's all by himself for an open layup and he passes the ball out. And I don't know if his thing was that he was afraid of getting hit. Do you think maybe that's what it was, Philly, or afraid of the physicality of getting bumped, or maybe Shaq hit him early on or something?
I just think he couldn't take the heat from the press and the fans on his shooting game.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he was in New York? Well, I mean, he kind of is now with Brooklyn, but
man, Philly gave him hell.
Yeah,
He got
as
booed
they should.
all the time.
Yeah. Another surgery, and this one is more important to the Timberwolves since they're doing so well. Karl Anthony Towns is having a surgery he had surgery to repair a meniscus tear in his left knee. They're hoping that he'll be back possibly by the first round, but hopefully they're really, really hoping for the second round of the playoffs if they can get past the first round without him. This is a big hit. That Minnesota came out strong this year and have been fighting for first place pretty much all year long. So having Karl Anthony Towns out is a big, big hole for them. So we'll see what happens with him. And one last one. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling. Once again, Kawhi Leonard is hurt. He was playing, I think it was game before last. Started the game, left after about 6 minutes, went straight to the locker room, complaining of back spasms, and by halftime he left the building. So they're listing him, thinking he'll be out maybe 5 days, but they're listing him day to day for right now.
Wow.
And of course, with the playoffs being right around the corner.
How's Harden?
Harden actually, he started off not so good. These last 20 games or so, he's been playing a lot more consistently. It's not the James Harden of old, where we saw 30, 40 games from him. He's in the 15 to 20 point range right now, maybe. Let me see.
Okay.
So he's doing better. But the old James Harden, we're not gonna see that anymore.
No.
So, and let's see if I can find him. Wow, Ben Simmons was earning almost $38 million. Harden, here we go. Harden is averaging 17.4 games, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. So he's having a decent season.
Yeah.
But the Clippers, I believe, have out of the last 10 games, they've only won like 4 or 3 out of the last 10.
Wow.
Yeah, they were on a 4-game losing streak, and then I believe they beat Chicago, and then they lost again last night, I believe. Last night they lost again.
Okay.
So out of the last 6 games, they've only won 1.
I know it breaks your heart.
Oh, yes, it does. I'm just like, damn it, though, damn Clippers, they should.
Well, gentlemen, I got to get moving. I got a phone call I got to make.
All right.
But
so you're off. You're off from when to when?
I go back Friday night.
Oh, okay. So we won't see you next Saturday then.
And the Saturday after, I'll be on days. So yeah.
Oh,
Next
okay.
2 weeks, I get 2 weeks in a row. I could come on, then 2 weeks I can't. So, but I will definitely watch the replay, and I'll be tuning in.
Well,
And of course we know, and we of course
mustache.
well, we know, the first. He'll be there for night 1 and night 2. Back in Philly. Ringside seats.
Yep. All right, you guys. Have a great one.
Real quick, just before you go, what do you think about Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul? I know it's a joke, but in watching the training sessions between the two, Mike Tyson is taking this serious.
I hope he is.
He looks like he's ready to kill Jake Paul.
I can only hope. But it's just,
So could I.
I wish Jake Paul could have fought him 10, 15 years ago. I mean,
Oh, he would never have tried. He would never
right.
try.
I mean, he's fighting everybody out of their prime and stuff, or he's doing good. I mean, I'm not going to take nothing away from him, but it's just, come on.
Yeah, Tyson looks. He's lean. I was watching him throw his some jabs and some punches with the guy, and he looks like Tyson from 20 years ago.
I can only hope. If Tyson knocks him out in the first round, I'll be happy.
Oh,
Otherwise,
I would love. Oh God, I would love
Yeah.
that so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love Iron Mike, but I just hope he could do it.
Yeah,
Because it's so far out of his heyday. I mean, man, we're talking what, 15 years?
at least, yeah. Because
Yeah,
I think he's
20?
52. I think he's 52 or 51, right in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not unheard of. I mean, because Foreman did it.
Aren't they? Isn't he like
Right.
half his age? I mean, man.
Yeah, but Jake. I mean, it was truly Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. I mean, Mike Tyson outweighs him by a good, maybe 30 pounds at least.
Yeah.
So, and if Mike actually puts one of his old punches, puts everything into one of his punches.
Oh
I
my.
hope-
It's
I
all
hope
over.
and pray.
It's all over with the singing. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah.
I hope so. God, I hope so.
Me too.
Tyson can get his teeth into him. That'll be another.
But I know you have to go. But thank you, Philly, for
All right,
joining
see you
us.
guys.
I really
It was
appreciate it.
wonderful.
Yeah.
All right.
Be
See you
safe.
guys.
Be safe all week.
Absolutely.
All right, take care.
Toodles.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So-
is there anything else anyone has?
Let me see. I had a shit ton of stuff, but you guys, we all talked about football like crazy, and that was pretty much
Well,
everything.
there were a lot of free agent signings during the week, and we still didn't talk about them all. I mean, there's still.
Oh yeah, I mean there was a ton of them.
But I think we got some of the major ones out of the way, which were probably surprising.
Yeah,
and
because I got
surprising.
okay. So for me, of course, was the release of Jimmy G and Hunter Renfrow for the Raiders. Flacco agreed to the 1-year deal. Russell Wilson signed, and I know Gig was very disappointed he didn't sign with the Chargers. I mean, she loved him when he was with the Broncos. So.
Oh yeah.
And another team
Uh,
that has been that was very, very busy was the Commanders.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
They picked up Eckler.
So them actually getting people to sign with them
That too.
was
What the hell?
probably one of really, what the hell? You're right, Gig. What the hell? But someone is buying into the new management. I don't know if they're buying into the new owner yet, but they're buying into whatever the new coach. So we'll see how that works for them, because I mean that East can be a tough one too if the Commanders can pull some crap together.
Yeah, and that's one of the things they were talking about in that division. The Eagles were Saquon and everyone else. The Commanders, picked up people. I think even the Giants picked up people, and
Dallas, nothing.
Dallas did. Just that one guy that decided to sign with them.
Yeah.
So it's been very disappointing, especially since like we talked about it earlier. Dallas lost about 5-6 guys, and for Jerry Jones to sit on his throne, saying, "Oh well, we'll see, who's out there, who's left that we can pick up on the free agent market on the cheap." I
Yeah.
mean,
Right. Well, like Washington's, pickups that I guess you talk about is Eckler, and plus Marcus Mariota at quarterback, or Moriarty,
yeah,
whatever.
Still
He
around.
signed a 1-year deal for $6 million, an upside of $10 million. So I don't know if he's supposed to be the starter over their Sam Howell or not, but maybe he will play and give Sam Howell a little break on the bench and be a bat, or maybe, who knows, maybe just, we'll see. I mean, they were very busy when they signed your Eckler,
Mm-hmm.
and then they did sign, that tight end, Zach Ertz. He probably has some stuff in the tank, maybe. It's a 1-year deal. It's not very much. I mean, it's like they're paying these people a fortune, but they're people you've heard of.
Yeah.
exactly.
So I don't, but like I said, they signed. I mean, when I go down through this list, they signed a lot of people, you know, and linebackers and and defensive ends and offensive linemen. I mean, I just keep scrolling down. Looks like they signed half the free agent market on their team. It looks like, but I mean, they signed so many people though, and we'll see if it works out for them. And because I mean, that's I think the only thing to say about the Commanders is that there's only one way to go, and that's up. So
Yeah, and it seems like they're making all the right moves to try and do that. So
yeah, so
good for them.
and
Even the Chargers have done some stuff.
Yeah.
Not really. They have not.
I was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I think we're waiting for the draft, NFL draft, I guess.
Yeah, could be. Oh, maybe you guys can pick up what's his face from SC, the quarterback.
Oh hell no! We already have our quarterback.
Caleb. Well, Caleb can back him up.
No, we have
Oh,
Stick.
wow.
Now I know you guys are excited with your new head coach.
Yes, very, very. But we'll see what has. I mean, I'm just worried about. It's going to be a totally different offensive offense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know who we're gonna get. So
Well, you're
kind of worried.
Probably get someone for the quarterback to throw to.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, they always need receivers, but we'll see what Harbaugh has in mind. I'm sure he has a plan, and you can't count him out. And maybe he has, maybe I don't know how many years he thinks he has to turn this around. But this day and age, you only got one. So
right.
It's not like you've got this 5-year plan anymore, like they had 20 years ago, where they always had a 5-year plan. Remember that, big dog?
Oh yeah, but he's got pedigree, so they'll let him go at least 2 seasons, maybe 3.
Well, I know. I was just saying. Usually,
I know. I know, but yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I will say though is the fact that usually we're all pretty quiet during the off season in the NFL, and I think it's a great thing that it's freaking March, and nothing really serious starts happening until September, and we're already talking about the draft and the trades and who went here and who went there. So I think it's going to be exciting. I hate the idea of that thing about the punt where you have to land it in the 20-yard line, otherwise it goes here and all that other crap.
Well, I think it's going to be fun to actually see people have to return the ball instead of just having it kicked out of the end zone. And
I'd rather see that all day.
I just don't like having to alert everybody to an onside kick, and can do it in certain situations. But
and I think hopefully the NFL was listening to us last week when I was saying just move the kicker back 10 yards or 20 yards. That'll fix it from going out of bounds and through the uprights. On the kick.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I think they're just trying to stop all the people running down the field and not having hit at full speed. And we'll see how it works out. And plus, we don't even know it's going to be a rule yet. I mean, we won't know that until the meetings here at the end of March, during March Madness. So, and we don't know if this form will even be approved. I mean, things could switch. I'm hoping that they release the info, like I said last week, so that they can get feedback from other people, like fans and other talking heads that might make sense to them. But we'll see. And I know what you're saying. And you got to understand that, if this rule is passed, the kickers are going to have to spend the offseason adjusting to this new paradigm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to be able to go all out like the way they do now. They kick it as hard as they can. Now they're actually going to have to, be like the old days, like Ray Guy, who could pinpoint it. You tell him, Ray, I want it down on the 2-yard line. He's like, okay.
Yeah,
you know,
whatever you say.
and that's exactly where he would put it.
And
So
plus kickers, as time goes on, will be able to scoot that, get that ball to bounce and then bounce into the end zone and come out to the 20.
yeah,
Maybe not so much this year because it's new, but kickers will
yeah,
adjust and they will become more specialized. And we'll see. We'll see how it works out, and if this thing is passed, to see how it works out in the regular season. I mean, it's going to take a couple seasons to. Well, maybe not, but it'll be fun to watch. See
no,
kickoff.
yeah, I agree. It'll take a season or two for them to get used to it. But what I wanted to ask, if either of you saw the new rule that they've been instituting in baseball, where if it's a fly ball, and they're throwing, say, a player's on second base, and they throw the ball to try and pick them off, or it's a fly ball and they're trying to get a double play. If the shortstop or the offensive player blocks the bag for the guy trying to slide back, he's given the next base. I just saw that they just pulled it. I think it was the Mariners and whoever they were playing. It was they try to pick him off, and the shortstop. The ball was thrown short, so he kind of kneeled down, but he put his knee blocking the bag from the guy sliding back in, and you just saw the umpire first stay safe because he made it back in time, and then did a signal, and that meant for him to take third base because you cannot block the plate. Excuse me, you cannot block the base anymore.
Oh wow. No, I have
Yeah,
not.
I was like, oh, that's something new, and that's as soon as I said, oh, that's something new to myself, the announcer says, oh, that's the new rule this year. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you.
I did not know about that rule, and
Yeah, neither did I until I saw it. I was like, oh, okay,
we've concentrated so much on the clock and the
yeah,
bigger bases and no shifts for the infield anymore. No shifts anywhere. So a lot of rules here, but there's always been some type of player interference keeping the
oh yeah,
runner from
yeah,
the bag. But I didn't know now that would apply for someone trying to get back, because usually
yeah,
how you get them caught in that pickle situation, and you're throwing
yeah.
the ball back and forth trying to get them. But baseball has been. I don't know what to think of that. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know what to think about it. I don't know if it's good or bad. I mean, I give
I
them a
mean,
base or interference on the other end of it.
well, that's why they're giving the base because they're calling the interference. But I'm okay. I guess I'm okay with most of the rules. The only one I have a very big problem with, and you guys have heard me talk about it all the time now for the last 3-4 seasons, is that glove that the runner puts on so that when he slides, I guess so he doesn't hurt himself or whatever. But the
The
damn
mitt.
glove, yeah, no, not yeah, the gloves that they put on, this is their hand, and the glove comes out about that far. And I'm like, okay, that gives the advantage to the guy trying to steal the base or sliding in the second, gives him the extra 6-8 inches,
On the
of
glove.
yeah, and so I'm like, that's bullshit. If you want to wear a glove, then it just be a glove.
Well, I guess they wanted to use the O.J. Simpson gloves, and I guess if the glove doesn't fit, you're safe. So I don't know in this instance. It is. I don't know. Baseball, that is if they make the bases bigger and the gloves longer, I guess more people are safe and increases scoring, right, Big Dog?
Yeah, and it also increases all of the stolen bases, which everybody talks about. Everybody wants to see more stolen bases. I
Yeah, and
just,
well, they want to see more scoring too, and they want they want the games to go faster, but they still want higher scores. So it's
guess what? You'll never guess what showed up on my feed. I was just scrolling through Facebook, and there was the ad for Amazon, and it's usually just
okay.
stuff that's on sale. And I'm scrolling this. I'm like, okay, what's here? The chair, and it was this, and all of a sudden, a Babe Ruth signed baseball from, showed up on my Amazon feed. So I was like, well, I gotta see this. So I clicked on it, and it was from one of the big authentication companies. I forgot which one. I think it was JSA. Um, and they were selling a Babe Ruth signed baseball for $148,000. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So Amazon is selling, okay.
Well, you'll get free shipping with that, big dog, when you buy it.
Right? If you're a Prime member,
No, for $148,000, they should hand deliver that sucker to me.
I did not know. I mean, I didn't.
I
I
was
didn't.
shocked.
I didn't get that feed, and I'm just.
I
I'm
was just
surprised.
shocked. I wasn't really surprised because I'm like, well, Amazon does sell everything, but
Yeah.
you know, for them to put something like that pricey on there, you know,
I just didn't. So, but it wasn't for an auction. It was just a straight up buy.
straight up buy it.
Because usually they put that stuff up for auction if you get a
Yeah.
signed baseball from someone like, especially Babe Ruth.
Well, when I was trying to read it, or read the description, it didn't say that it was like game used or what year it was from, and it was a very, very clean signature. So what I'm thinking is it was probably when he was older and he had to sit down and just sign baseballs, just like a regular signing, because it was too clean of a signature.
Well, I think years ago I got kind of wasted and started signing baseballs, Babe Ruth. So I'll give you one of those baseballs that I might have signed by accident. I don't know. But it had an authenticity and all that kind of certificate. It didn't say signed by Almighty or anything like that, did it? I don't know. I don't know how many baseballs are signed by the Babe. I mean, I don't know the market, so I don't know if that's a good price or not.
There's hundreds of them out there, but all the ones that were like game used are from the early 1920s or the late teens. Those are the ones that are going for like $3 and $4 million.
Okay.
Because those ones I do keep an eye on because it's through usually I see through heritage auctions, which I look at their comic side of it, but then their sports stuff pops up every so often. So I'll scroll through and I'll be like, ooh, and it'd be like a game used 1920 Babe Ruth bat, that was game used by him, and starting bid was like $1.1 million, and it's graded like a 9 out of 10 or something like that.
We're some of that stuff right now could be 100 years old.
Yeah.
When Babe was playing, so I believe so, right? He played in the 20s, right?
Yeah, playing in the 20s. Yeah, so
19,
it'd be easily 100 years old.
So I mean, we're talking, and once again, I don't know how many things he signed back in the day. I mean, him signing bats? I mean, because remember back then it wasn't a big market. I mean,
no, most of the stuff from what I've read is like, of course, handed down through generations, but it always seemed to be that he signed it at some like children's orphanage, or the kid was in the hospital. So it seems like it was a lot of those type of things.
We've seen that in the movies.
Yeah. So, and I know he was very active in the orphanages and stuff because that's where, of course, that's where he was. So he was real big on that.
Well, you can say what you want about the Babe, but when it came to underprivileged, he was always there. So
yeah, he was great. He was great with the kids always.
Yeah. So I mean, and plus we don't know because maybe he signed the baseball or he pointed to the seats. Because that baseball, if you signed a baseball, if you did sign that baseball, it'd be worth millions. If you actually did, I mean, there's always controversy. Well, he didn't really point out that way, but nobody wants to hear that. No, he pointed and he hit the damn ball. That's what we don't care about your facts. We don't let the lie get in the way of a good story, or however that saying goes.
That's just what I was gonna say. What is it? When the legend surpasses the truth or something or other, something to that.
Yeah, don't let the lie or the truth hurt don't let a lie hurt a good story. But that's what people want to, because that's been immortalized for 100 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's old,
I would love to see a Babe Ruth bat, or actually hold a Babe Ruth bat, because they talk about always that he probably had the heaviest bat ever. I think they said his bats usually weighed between 54 and 56 ounces.
How the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Well, I
so
mean, I was
go
the
ahead.
other way. I wanted a lighter bat to get the bat speed.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
that's what
I
makes and that's what makes it more incredible. The amount of home runs he hit with that heavy of a bat,
think.
and the
Well,
fact that
getting the
most of
damn
the time,
thing
and,
around.
and the fact
Yeah,
most of the time he was hungover.
but to get it around in time to hit anything is, I
Yeah,
mean, it was a different era, but still, to take a 54-ounce bat and get it around to hit a pitch. I mean, they were still fast back then, but wow, I mean, he was a strong dude.
yeah.
No wonder he ate so many hot dogs. He had to keep bulking it on to swing that bat. Wow. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I didn't know it was that heavy.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you, big dog. I'd want to get a heft of
Yeah,
that.
just to feel how heavy that damn thing is.
Okay, could I even swing that damn thing? Because you take some fake swings with it, thinking, look, if I
Yeah.
don't get a hernia, I'm fine. So I mean, 54
Yeah,
ounce bat, come on.
if I remember right, I think his last like year or two in the big leagues when he was really worn down and really didn't have it anymore. I think the lightest he went was 48 ounces. That was
Still,
like his lightest bat. But for the most part, for the better part of his career, it was between 52 and 54 ounces.
wow. I didn't even know they made them that heavy. I didn't even.
They were specially made.
That's what I was going to ask. That was my next question, big dog. Was they must have, because I mean, you can't go down the Dick's Sporting Good and get a 54-ounce bat. I mean, you're not going to be able to do that. Are you a do you get into that kind of stuff, Gig, about baseball memorabilia or anything like that? Or I mean, would you still want to swing his bat to see what it was like?
I would. Definitely.
just
I
to be able
mean,
to say you were held it in your
Yeah,
hands. I mean,
exactly.
yeah, just to say that you held Babe Ruth's bat in your hand,
Uh-huh.
that you would get that heft and girth and just
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Mm.
Mm.
Oh yeah. But anyway, and then plus get a couple of his balls signed. I mean,
That
you'd be
too.
all set,
That
balls
too.
and bat. You'd be ready to go. But that's it. I put it that way, big dog. Yeah, I'd want to check. I mean, I don't
yeah,
care.
just to
I just want to swing that thing around to see how
I think the
what it would
last big
take.
auction that they had, it was a game used bat, and it was actually they could prove that it was in the World Series in 25, 27, whatever World Series. They went to many World Series back then, and they had actual
Yeah.
proof that it was a World Series game used bat. And I believe at Heritage it sold for like $2.4 million, and that was before the buyer's premium.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Fight
can you
the money
imagine?
for that stuff.
Can you imagine though being the owner of that and having that on your mantle or up on the wall? It just the centerpiece of your collection.
in your weighted security package. So if it leaves that mantle, alarm goes off because
No kidding.
like the boulder on Indiana Jones. That you pick that up and that big, you grab that thing and that. But anyway, yeah, you know what I mean. You'd have to have all
Oh
kinds
yeah,
of security put it on your mantle, big dog. And I mean, that's sad if you'd buy something like that, put it in a vault, you'd never see it. I mean, that's kind of sad.
yeah,
But still, you pay over $1 million for it, so you'd have to take care of it. But I'm sure there are places that people that display that stuff in a warehouse or whatever, but they haven't. But nobody knows they have it either. I mean, it's like some of that
yeah.
stuff. I mean, some of the stuff. There's stuff out there like you say, but not all of it comes up for sale, and somebody has it, and it's like, look, it's been passed, like you said, passed down from generation to generation. But no one knows they have it. They don't tell anyone because they don't want people taking it from them.
That's true. Speaking of that, just you saying that, I wish I had the money, but I'd have to be, oh God, Heritage, is it Heritage or Comic Link? What Heritage or Comic Link is having an auction, their big auction, I think the end of this month or no, beginning of April. They have an Action Comics 1, slabbed of course. 9.4.
There's no way.
The 9.4. It is from the I forgot what collection it comes from. I'm pretty sure it's 9.4. I'll have to look it up real quick. But they're looking for it to go at least 5 million, but they're talking possibly 10.
Well, yeah, because I think I don't know what shape his was in, but Nicolas Cage was buying his for $1 million back 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, and I think that was an 8.5, if I'm not mistaken.
So I mean, and that was 30 years ago when he had it, and then sold. I think he sold it for twice the price then later on, I believe. But he did own it he did own a copy for a while. He did.
And you know, some of his stuff shows up in auctions. It'll say from the Nicolas Cage collection. Since he had to sell it all when he went bankrupt.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll buy this one that's coming up.
He doesn't have that kind of money anymore.
No, well, I know, but he makes enough movies these days. I mean, it looks like I think he's like any movie that offers him money anymore. I mean, he just shows up in there.
Let me see real quick.
So if you can raise 20 G's, you can get Nicolas Cage to be in your movie. So
let's see, Heritage Comics. There it is. It is okay. I take it back. It's Action Comics number 1, 8.5.
no, okay.
But it's a super clean comic.
Still let it go for money. I mean,
big time.
I mean, 8.5 being almost, and that's almost approaching 90 years.
Yeah. So sorry, Gig. We're tangenting off into comics.
It's
So
okay.
in this same auction, Almighty, they have the Action Comics 1, 8.5. They have a lower grade Detective Comics 27, 3.0. So that should go for at least $1 million, they were saying. They have a Justice League of America number 1, 9.6. What else? The big ones. They have an Avengers 1, 9.6. Daredevil 1, 9.8. The Tales of Suspense.
Daredevil, though, 9.8. I mean,
yeah. Tales of Suspense, 39, which is the first Iron Man, 9.8. So they have some big ones in there.
Books out there, some origin books out there anyway. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I can't afford any of it, but it's nice to look at though.
Oh, I wish I had this one. Amazing Spider-Man number 1, 9.8.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just interesting or hard. Interesting, I guess, to know that there are those high grade comics from almost 50 years or 60 years ago that are still graded at that kind of
yeah.
Because I don't know, just think of all the people, I don't know anymore, but they would say, oh yeah, I had that Action Comic number 1 in my back pocket.
Oh.
Rolled up in my back pocket, and then later on I gave it to some of my friends, and then we threw it away. But it's weird. But that was back that was back before it was collected. I collected it. They did that, and they did that all the way through the 50s. That's why some of those books are,
There was a guy when I used to help out at the cons in San Diego. So this would have been early 90s, maybe 90, 91. And I can't remember what it was, a star. I think he was a music guy. And he bought like an Action Comics. It was like an Action Comics 3 or Action Comics 4.
Yeah.
From the guy that was, that owned the table. I was down the line, but I was watching it, and he paid him in cash. I can't remember. Fuck, it was a lot of money. And this is before slabbing, of course. It was in the early 90s.
Okay.
I swear to you, Almighty, he got the book. So this is the comic.
Yeah.
After he sounds him, John, the owner, carefully gives it to him, and he does this and put it in his back pocket. I almost fainted.
Oh,
And he just walked away. And I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. You just dropped, I think it was like
how many thousands? Yeah.
I think it was like 30,000, something like that back then.
There's
It was a
just
ton
no
of
way.
money.
No, that just doesn't make no that. I mean, big dog, you should have went and got
I
taken.
wanted to slap the smile off his face.
You should have just taken the book and ran and say, "I'm rescuing this book. You don't deserve it."
To me, it was the total just embodiment of having too much money where you didn't care. You just buying it because you could. And
Well, I
didn't
don't
care
know,
anything about the book. Oh,
but to do that, but to roll it up after, I mean,
yeah. And put it right in his, he was wearing jeans, put it right in his back pocket, just walked away. And I was like, you gotta be shitting me.
well, I hope he was robbed in the parking lot. That's all. Just rolled him over and said, kicked him a few times, but no, I don't. I don't wish that. Oh yeah, I do. I don't care. It's just that's blasphemous. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, if I would have seen that, I would have had an anxiety attack and just. But
That would be like getting a Babe Ruth signed baseball from like the 1920s, and then going out and playing catch with it
playing catch with it,
with
or
in the
hitting it,
gra-
or getting your or
in-
getting one
yeah,
of your bats to start hitting the ball, or putting more
and
scuff.
it gets all and it gets grass stains on it and scuffed up and stuff.
Oh, geez. I can't even imagine that, big dog, paying that much money and just rolling it up like it was a 12 center. Or a 10 center
Yeah.
back then, maybe. I don't know how much they
Yeah.
were, but still. That to me is
Gig,
a lack of respect, big dog. I don't care what
Yep.
you say.
oh no, I totally agree. Gig, do you have any collectibles or do you collect anything?
I got a Troy Aikman rookie card.
You, oh, okay. I was gonna say you collect Troy Aikman. Okay. He paused there for a second, so I'm like,
I collect Troy Aikman. I'm thinking, oh, okay.
Cool. You have his rookie card. That's very cool.
Actually, it's
Yeah.
my son's, but I'll own it because I paid for it.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So have you had it graded or anything, or are you still sitting in the plastic
It's
protector?
in the yeah, it's still in the
Okay.
yeah. So it's how you guys would say it, secure. Or
It's secure. Troy Aikman is secure. So
yes,
This is when she was a Dallas fan,
yes,
when she followed her then husband.
yeah.
Because I caught that little I bought it, so it's mine. So I caught that.
All right, so it's mine.
It's mine. So you got that in a settlement in the
Yes. I got the Troy Aikman's rookie card.
that's all you
in
cared
the deal.
about. You get everything
Mhm.
else, but I want the rookie card of Troy Aikman. But, that's so. I mean, are you going to you ever think about getting it graded?
Well, so what's graded? I'm sorry, I don't know.
So
What
graded
that
would
part.
be okay, like comic books
Okay.
are just regular comics, or you can send them off to a company like this, and they put
Oh.
it in a slab and they give it a grade. So this one came out at 9.8, which is great. It's my Lady Death,
Oh.
dressed as Lady Helvis.
Oh.
I got it from the artist, and there it is, where it says RK.
Yes.
Okay, so his name is Ryan Kincaid. So the creator of Lady Death, his name is Brian Polito, and he does Kickstarters. Does very well, but he has different artists do different covers for him. And usually, when an artist does a cover for someone, you get what's called comps. Usually, it's a couple of dozen, and the artist sells them, does whatever he wants to. Well, Brian's really particular with his, so he only gives between 3 and 5 comps, and he puts the initials of the artist on the bottom. So I was able to get this from the artist, Ryan Kincaid. This is an arcade edition. He signed it and then shipped it off to be what we call slabbed. So it's encased. It has a little bit of space so air can get in, but this is like ultimate protection. So if I dropped it or whatever, nothing happens to the book.
Right.
And they do the same thing with baseball cards. So you can have the cards graded. Um, Most cards, of course, what you want is either a 9 or a 10 for a baseball card. 10 being perfect, and then any imperfection. But they're really strict on the baseball cards or football cards because what they look at is the centering of the picture. If it's perfectly centered, if it's off to the right or off to the left, then it drops it. Points. It's like a point system. So,
Oh,
yeah, or if like you accidentally dropped it or you hit it against the table and it has that little crinkle in it, that takes away from the grade.
right.
Every little thing takes away from the grade, but the better the grade, the more the card is worth or comic.
Hmm.
I
Thank you.
I think that one of the trying to figure out what I mean. There's a lot of companies that grade these, but you want like some of the top ones
Usually,
that grade it
yeah,
like
usually Beckett. Beckett's usually up there. Beckett's
Beckett.
number one, I think.
Yeah, I think Beckett, and the number 3 is Sports Card Guarantee. But
Yeah,
but Beckett is you're right. Beckett is number 1. You're right about that.
yeah. There's sports card. There's Sports Card Guarantee, which is SCG, and they're the same company as CGC. And then there's a new one, JS something justification. Oh God, I can't remember the name. But it's either JSA or JCA, one or the other. They're like an up and comer. They've been around for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I see them at most cons now.
But I guess if you wanted to really protect your Aikman, I'd go with the top one with Beckett.
Yeah, Beckett.
Because they're number 1. But you want to make sure Aikman is treated, with with in good hands.
With respect.
Yeah. But but you can have cards graded like Big Dog showed you as comics, but I mean, sports card grading has been around longer than comics anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
good to know. I thank you.
But I don't know if
you.
you're interested in that or not, because once it's graded, it's sealed, and you can't take it out and touch Aikman.
Well, you know what? It is sealed, but I have to find it. So maybe
it's just a suggestion. You don't have to. I don't know how. I'm just usually when you get something that you collect, like if that's one of your top things, you might have it looked into. You don't have. I'm just saying, but because I don't know what an Aikman goes for rookie card.
he does have 3 rings,
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, but it's with Dallas.
I don't care. I don't get me wrong. I like Aikman as an announcer.
No, yeah. He was a hell of a quarterback. I can't deny that.
Yeah, like you were talking, Big Dog, he had that prick factor.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You have to, like I said, you have to be one of the top of the top. You have to have that attitude of, you know what, I'm gonna get there. I'm either gonna go through you or I'm gonna go over you, but I'm getting there.
Yeah. And unfortunately, he got hit a lot and concussions, and
he got hit a lot. All those guys back then got hit a lot.
Yeah, but back then it was, the helmets, everything, the rules.
It's so interesting to see though that when we look back at like the 80s and early 90s, when they were really, they were headhunting, and a large percentage of those guys don't have the CTE problems. And I'm not saying it never happened, of course, because these guys got multiple concussions like crazy. But I just find it odd that, the larger percentage of those players don't have those problems. They have other problems, the arthritis and, the bones and all that stuff. But as far as like head trauma and stuff, it's actually a very small percentage compared to the people that played,
Yeah.
And I've always just wondered why, why, like Jim Plunkett, doesn't have any problems, but McMahon from the Bears, when they won their Super Bowl, the quarterback, I can't think of his name. Shit, McMahon.
Jim
You know,
McMahon.
Yeah, Jim.
Jim,
McMahon?
yeah. Now he has CTE problems. You know, so it's just interesting. I always found it interesting. All these linebackers and guys, quarterbacks, running back, everyone, how that some had it and most don't.
Yeah, and I don't know if it comes down to how your body's built, or you just get don't because you're right. I mean, players have different forms of how they get of problems. Some don't. Some are not as bad as others, and I guess if I don't know what it comes down to. Maybe it's genetics. Maybe they didn't get hit as much as we thought, or I don't know. It's like you said. I mean, well, look how Jim McMahon played, though. The way he threw his body around and was doing all those headbutts.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, you know what I mean? You've seen it. Well, you saw them play.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So I mean, when you're banging your head with those helmets of that day, with your offensive linemen, maybe. Not saying it is, but that could
no. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But I guess any other sports that we want to talk about, or shall we call it a day since we're over the 10 o'clock hour?
Well, we are. Well, it is 1:11 or 10:11.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry. On the West Coast, we're past the 10 o'clock hour.
I know. But I would look into that gig. I was looking at some prices from graded cards, so I would look into it. I don't know what card is graded.
He's worth it grading.
Huh?
He's worth having it graded.
I'd have to look into it more, but I did see somewhere it was kind of in the $1,000, $2,000 range, depending on what.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
sounds good.
But I don't know. But I don't know what yours is. I don't know how long it's been in that particular covering. I don't know.
I will try to find it, and I'll show you next week.
But it sounds like she has it encased in the acrylic holders. The ones where is it a screw down? Or is it just like a sleeve? See, if it's a screw down, she's had it pretty protected. So that sounds good. Just to let you know, if you do decide to go the grading way, don't expect it back right away. Beckett, from what I hear, is backed up, and you're looking at about a 5 to 6 month wait at least.
And I would
for when you send it to get it back.
Yeah, and I would also advise you to get have Big Dog help you along the way too.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Because I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it, but Big Dog's been doing this longer than both of us. So I mean, I think he'd be very helpful. I'm sure. Plus, you can trust Big Dog with Aikman.
I don't know. He is a cowboy. I don't know.
Well, it was a 10, but I tore it in half. So,
Gig, I don't know. I don't know how the Scotch tape got on it.
I don't know. No, that's not poop. No.
That's great.
Well, anyway, with that, anything else? Because if we're at the end here, I'll go real quick here.
Okay.
I mean, we should always mention it, but we didn't. Always hit that like and subscribe button and the notification bell. I wish everyone a safe week, and and we'll see what else news we can get to next week with you guys. And we also look forward, and you should all be around to see Aikman's football card next week. That should be a show and tell.
Show and tell. That's right.
So anything from you, Big Dog?
Just be safe out there, guys. Have a fun week. Be safe. Enjoy your family and friends.
What about you, Gridiron Girl?
Same here. You guys have a great weekend. I will be praying for you on Sunday.
Okay.
And now she's gonna go walk Wheezy and Roofy.
Yes.
Wheezy and Roofy. Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys.
All right. Talk to you guys.
It's been a pleasure.
Have fun.
All right. Okay. Take care.
Bye.